Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as a supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Papers.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Person with Disability Parking Permit Regulation 2024. Thank you.
Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The delegation report of the 148th Assembly and related meetings of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the IPU, which occurred on March 23rd to 27, 2024, in Geneva, Switzerland.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, and the Minister of National Security. The Immigration ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Mutual Recognition of Visas Regulations 2024. The annual report of the First Citizens Investment Services Limited and its subsidiaries for the year 2023. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government to the 13th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination of the management and operations of the Housing Development Corporation, HDC, including the restructuring of HDC into 3 distinct state enterprises.
Questions?
Senator Mark.
To the Minister of Health. In light of reports of the death of another baby at the neonatal intensive care unit of the Port of Spain General Hospital, can the Minister state whether this latest death will form part of the ParlView investigation?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Mr. President, in discussions through the PS with ParlView on this issue, because I have not inserted myself into the investigation, I did not interfere with it. I am advised that ParlView can include it on 2 counts. 1, time proximity to the original cluster, and 2, if the case definition, the clinical case definition of this case matches those. That is how they may include it. Mr. President, before I take my seat, and I condole with the new family on this, I want to recognize the intelligence of the average man in the street who is not being swayed by irresponsible arguments. I want to also recognize the sober voices like the Trinidad and Tobago Medical Association and those more responsible voices who are now adding their weight to this matter. They are bringing a sense of clarity to the issue. And whilst we focus on those who have passed, and we must, I want to thank healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, technicians, lab techs, patient care escorts, security guards, because we still bring to life all those preterm babies, 500 grams and more, that goes unnoticed. And we must, whilst we must recognize that we have one major issue in one ward, in one hospital, the entire healthcare system continues to function because of the dedication of all our professionals. And I think the country should recognize that. And I think the average man in the street, by their responses to me, have
a seat. Minister, one, the time for answering the urgent question has ended. Two, Senator Nakhid, please control your outbursts. Senator Mark.
In light of the confession of negligence on the part of the minister, can I ask...
I made no confession of negligence. I asked for that to be withdrawn.
Mr. President, he's interrupted.
Have a seat. Have a seat. So again, you have a supplemental to ask?
Yes.
Ask the question.
Mr. President, through you, I'd like to ask the following question. Can the Honourable Minister indicate what immediate steps will be taken, given what he has just indicated, to avoid further trauma, pain to parents through what I would like to call the implementation?
Minister, we've got the question, Senator Mark. Minister.
And, Mr. President, it is exactly that type of rhetoric that the country is starting to see through as being self-serving and ought to be condemned in the most vigorous manner. As both North Central and myself said when this issue first came to light, Northwest went through above and beyond their usual sanitization cycles to ensure, as far as humanly possible, that there is no reoccurrence. But what is happening now, there is so much misinformation being put out there. And I'll give an example, because it is important that the public knows this. What made it into the media was that a private sector hospital called Sanjivani may have been the cause of the infection. And as I said yesterday, Sanjivani had nothing to do with this. And that is what is being perpetuated by this line of reasoning from those opposite. They have already poured scorn on the ParlView report. It has not even been submitted, but they are already questioning the veracity and independence of ParlView, much as they did with the Simanga report. And when they found two items in the Simanga report that they could latch on to, all of a sudden the Simanga report became their cause célèbre. But before, a doctor called Tim Gopi Singh was pouring scorn on the Simanga report even before they submitted. And this is the same playbook being done now with the ParlView report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mark.
As the new Minister of Death.
No, Senator Mark. Have a seat.
Mr. President.
No, don't do that. Senator Mark, raise to your feet, retract that statement, and apologize. That will not be tolerated inside here.
Well, I withdraw, sir.
All I want to hear at this point in time, Senator Mark, is a retraction and an apology for that statement.
I withdraw and I humbly apologize.
Ask your supplemental.
Let me ask the minister who I will describe on a platform as what I just said here. Let me ask
Senator Mark, ask a question.
Mr. President, can the minister indicate what concrete steps, measures have been taken by his ministry and himself to ensure that he is not involved directly or indirectly in navigating this report that will finally be produced
Senator
by
Mark,
PAHO.
Senator
We'd like
Mark,
the minister to indicate
Senator Mark,
how.
I will not allow that question. Have a
Yeah.
seat. Next question on the order paper for urgent questions.
Yes. Babies are dying here, man.
Senator Mark, when I call for the
Yes.
next question on the order paper, just move to it.
Yes.
Leave all of the extra stuff out. Continue.
I'm a parent, you know, sir, like you.
Senator Mark, continue.
Hurt my heart. To the Minister of National Security. Given the assurance made by the minister at yesterday's sitting of the Senate and the subsequent news release issued by UDICOT, can the minister provide the reasons for the postponement of the opening of the Point Fortin fire station?
Minister of National Security.
Very much, Mr. President.
Have a seat, Minister. Members, allow the minister to answer the question as posed by Senator Mark without the crosstalk getting to a level that I cannot hear him. Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am more than happy to report that although today's ceremonial opening of the Point Fortin fire station has been rescheduled, the officer in charge of the men and women who will be stationed there has moved in, and the men and women continue, they began recently, the process of moving in, so ready for business. The place is. I am advised by UDICOT that due to event logistics, they had to reschedule the ceremonial opening to a short new date, and I, as minister, complied. This was a UDICOT, or this is a UDICOT project. Meanwhile, again, as I did yesterday, and reaffirmed today, the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service remains available. There was the station, because of the dilapidated condition of the building in which it occupied, the officers, they moved to another location in the vicinity. So they remain, as I speak to you, available to the calls, and emergency calls in particular, from the people of Point Fortin and environs. I thank you.
Honourable Senators, the time for urgent questions has expired.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the government is in a position to answer questions number 63, number 93, number 94, number 95, number 65, number 66, number 67, number 92, number 96, number 97, and number 98. All of the questions for oral answer on the order paper. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Guide me, Mr. President. I see a number of questions coming before me. So can you tell me which one? 63. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 63 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Mr. President, based on information received from the Commissioner of Prisons, I advise as follows. In the prison service's ongoing attempts to ensure the safety and security of the nation's people, the prison service continues to introduce, upgrade, and maintain security systems which would be effective in deeming our establishments as secure, but mitigating any and all avenues for the passage of illegal, contraband, and unauthorized communication. Our most recent efforts are inclusive of the following: installation of jammers at our prisons in the second half of 2023. However, cell phone jammers in prisons can only prevent unauthorized communication via cell phones, since other means of communication pose innate challenges, such as personal visits and letters. During these visits, inmates find more innovative ways using coded language to meet their desired means. The prison service is acting daily to prevent illegal communications. Targeting of suspected officers. Regular and thorough searches are conducted randomly in response to intelligence received. For the year ending 2023, 6 prison officers were arrested and charged for possession of prohibited articles under the Miscellaneous Provision Law Enforcement Act, which we brought and passed here as Act number 25 of 2019. For the year 2024 to date, 2 prison officers are currently before the courts charged with possession of prohibited articles. Prison searches. Searches are conducted on a routine and ongoing basis. At times, these searches are conducted with the assistance of other law enforcement agencies. For the year ending 2023, there were 411 cell phones confiscated. This contrasts with previous years when numbers were in the thousands. And this cell phone problem in jail, as I read up to this morning, is not confined to Trinidad and Tobago. It exists everywhere in the world. It is a real phenomenon and problem. Searching of prison officers, regular searches of prison officers, because we are sure from the records of the even recent past that prison officers, as officers of the state, have been part of this problem. So we search them, we scan them on a regular and ongoing basis. We have established the prison interdiction team, and their purpose is to pay attention to their colleagues who fall prey, as some previous government ministers have in this country, and others in many disciplines and professions. So that is one of the ways in which we treat with them. The issue of drones. Drones have become a medium to transport contraband items, a new development, including cell phones into the prison. They pose particular challenges given their speed, acceleration, and capacity for covert operations. Collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Services Air Support Unit has been an initiative to help alleviate this issue, and we have other ways in dealing with it to relatively strong and good success. Mr. President, those are some of the ways in which we are treating with the matter raised by the Honorable Senator. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President. Mr. President, can I ask the Honorable Minister, given all the measures identified by the Honorable Minister, how have these measures contributed to a reduction in the issuing of hits or contract killings from behind prison walls? Can the minister indicate to this Parliament what has been the efficacious effect or outcome of the measures?
Minister.
Mr. President, to me it's basic that these measures are largely interdictory and preventive. It is difficult, I would admit, to measure the preventative aspect of the work that the security forces do. Similar to what I heard with the Ministry of Health. They deal with babies by the thousands. They deal with many babies, hundreds, who have physical challenges at birth, and the neonatal unit is to deal with them to varying levels of success. So I understand that we do, like every other state, have a problem with murders, with hits being called, and action, as I have described, has been and is being taken to treat with it to, as I say, great success. And one just has to imagine that without these measures, whichever government is in power, in the absence of these measures, God knows what our circumstances would have been like. Thank you.
Mr. President, seeing that the Minister has indicated that drones have become a very powerful device to transport contraband goods, including cell phones, into our prison walls or behind prison walls so that prisoners can have access to see.
What's the question, Senator Mark?
Can the Minister indicate, Mr. President, what concrete measures are being taken by the state to ward off the abuse and misuse of these instruments to undermine national security in TNT?
Minister.
The Senator is inviting me to tell this Parliament and the world, including those who use drones to breach our security systems, what we are doing to deal with it. I have given some indications. He wants to, it sounds to me like the Senator wants to encourage the undermining of the national security. I couldn't say all of that. I have already indicated that it is a problem, and we are tending to it with great levels of success. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
That's why I say criminals have friends everywhere.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President.
Senator Nakhid.
Yeah.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President, may I ask the Honorable Minister, given the number of reported contract killings as reported and never denied by the state coming from behind prison walls, can the Minister share with this Honorable Senate what efforts have been made to get at the source of those particular deadly contracts that have been issued, resulting in the deaths of people? What activities has the state engaged in to get at the source of this?
So, Senator Mark, that question has been asked and answered. Do you have another supplemental?
Okay. It has been asked. I'll pause at this time and ask Senator Richards.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Seems our kumbaya moment from yesterday did not carry through today. Question through you, Mr. President. Question number 93 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is important to note that the approval and or grant of a firearm user's license to private security companies is done by the Commissioner of Police in accordance with Part 2 of the Firearms Act, Chapter 1601 of the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. In this regard, each private security company can only be granted one FUL, from which the Commissioner of Police can then grant several FUECs, Firearm Users Employees Certificates, for their respective employees. Accordingly, with respect to item 1 of the question, part 1, the Commissioner of Police has advised that a total of 89 private security companies have been granted FULs. In relation to part 2, the 10 private security companies with the largest number of Firearm Users Employees Certificates granted under the FULs, as I explained, are Amalgamated Security Services Limited with 570, Allied Security Limited with 282, Elite Security Consultants 195, Executive Bodyguard Services 176, Fortress Security Services Limited 167, G4S Security Services Limited 142, Imgin Security Services Limited 129, Innovative Security Services Limited 113, SWAT Estate Police Company Limited 109, and Telecom Systems Limited 102, totaling 1,985 altogether. Thank you.
Senator Richards.
Mr. President, thank you, Minister, for the response. Given the numbers that the Minister has articulated, which I appreciate, that the 89 private security companies having received FULs and their consequent FUECs, and the fact that those are just the top 10 you identified, resulting in 1,985 FUECs, which doesn't contemplate the remainder of the 89. Is the minister satisfied with the level of oversight, monitoring, and management of the weapons and ammunition reposed with these companies, identified and others, given the consequent FUECs and weapons and ammunition that would be dispersed and used by these private security companies?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this minister in the generality is aware of the concept of the phenomenon of diversion, meaning where legal arms and ammunition stockpiles are inadvertently, illegally, criminally sometimes, negligently even, they move from legal hands and use to illegal hands, misuse and abuse. So in that circumstance, I'd never be satisfied. In addition to that, we have had experiences in Trinidad and Tobago where lawful, law enforcement held firearms and ammunition have been diverted as a matter of fact. And we are working with our international partners on that. You would have seen sometime last year, I did the symbolical destruction of a firearm at the police academy. That was one of about 7,000 for physical destruction, and that destruction process is ongoing in order to ensure that these arms and ammunition, no longer in use, the end result of court cases ordered destroyed by the court, are destroyed so that they will not be diverted to criminal hands. So in answer to the senator's very useful question, yes, there's an issue of diversion. Yes, action is being taken. Even this government, and we have on the Senate order paper, a bill to regulate the private security industry. I presented it. We went to a joint select committee with the UNC. They sat in that committee for 9 months, agreed with everything, and when we came back on the parliament floor to debate that bill, as we must, to regulate the industry, dealing with regulating the firearms and ammunition that they hold, that united National Congress. This is why it is said, the criminals seem to have friends everywhere. And I say so without apology. They stood up in this parliament and signaled their objection to that law. But we will persist, Mr. President, in order to ensure that...
Members. Again, the Minister of National Security has the floor. Senator Richards is the one who is on the floor to ask the supplementals. Minister, are you finished with your response? Continue.
Just have a few more words in conclusion, simply to say that we will continue in the protection of the state, in the protection of the people, and simply doing that which is good and right to ensure that we continue to take action to prevent the concerns quite properly raised by the senator in the question in front of us. I thank you.
Senator Richards.
Mr. President, for the response. Given the minister's response in the present crime scenario in the country and the acknowledgement of the phenomenon of divergence as the Honourable Minister has described, and the potential for criminality being exacerbated by that phenomenon, and the minister's response about the work with external partners, is the minister satisfied with the level of resources and mechanisms presently in place to monitor and interdict those occurrences of diversions in the country?
Minister.
Mr. President, we have a serious crime problem in Trinidad and Tobago and the region and the world. We do have a problem. And as Minister of National Security, as a citizen of this republic, and as a man, I cannot say that I'm satisfied with this, with the problems that beset us. What I can also say is that as minister, as citizen, we will continue to exert best efforts. This government gives the assurance from our record, from our efforts, that we will continue to work and exert best efforts at creating a safer and more secure environment for the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to live, have fun, and operate in. I thank you.
Senator Richards.
Question in this set. Through you, Mr. President, can the minister indicate if, given his acknowledgement of this phenomenon of divergence and security companies who have lawful FULs and consequent FUECLs, if any charges have been proffered or criminal prosecution entered into regarding the identification of such security companies that are engaging in this, what I presume is criminal activity and dangerous activity of divergence?
Well, criminal liability largely is about personal liability. In other words, if a police officer, if a soldier, if an estate constable belonging to one of the firms I've dealt with here today commits an offense, in all cases, when something untoward happens, an investigation ensues. For example, recently, a soldier is reported to have gone down in the West and took the lives of 2 citizens. All other matters of that nature would be investigated. The divergence where that applies will be identified, and prosecution will not be in that case against the defense force or against a security firm, but against the individual. And I would want to remind the senator that there are many officers, estate police officers, prison officers, who have been the subject of investigations, charge and prosecution in Trinidad and Tobago in these respects.
Senator Richards, you have one. Senator Mark.
Mr. President, may I ask the Minister of National Security that in the absence of a legislative framework and the absence of proper monitoring, is it safe to conclude that the private security industry, of which we are talking about 85, having access to FUL and 89, can it be concluded, and the minister can advise on this matter, that the armada of weaponry controlled by the private security industry exceed that of the state security services in Trinidad and Tobago?
I think not. But I can't say with any greater accuracy than that, but I think not.
Senator Dr. Paul Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 94 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you yet again, Mr. President. On the basis of information received from the Commissioner of Police, I here state that the existing registers at the firearms permit unit were not designed to capture the occupation of an applicant firearm user's license holder. Additionally, due to the records not being fully digitized, every approved file pertaining to FULs must be physically scrutinized to ascertain the requested information. In this regard, as it pertains to information requested as at parts 1 and 2 of the question, the following information can be provided. FULs approved for the period 2011 to 2023, insofar as business owners are concerned, amongst the 1,145. In respect to other private citizens, 2,168, with a total of 3,313. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is currently undertaking a firearm user's license renewal process, which requires persons to indicate their occupation on the renewal application form. As such, the present figures for both categories will only be known when all the FUL holders have completed the renewal process. As such, the actual figures for currently active FULs in both categories may vary from the quoted figures, as the FUL holder's status may have changed. Thank you.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can the Minister indicate, in similar fashion to the question posed in question 93 regarding the oversight mechanisms, given now we have information about private security companies and the phenomenon of divergence, and that potentially being transferred to private citizens and or businesses, excluding private security companies, if the oversight mechanisms are sufficiently in place to monitor these FULs and the attendant ammunition reposed with these individuals?
Minister.
Under the Firearms Act, the Commissioner of Police and those to whom she delegates some of her authority and power, the police are mandated to monitor the stock of arms and ammunition, the use of arms and ammunition in the country. One of the ways in which they do that is to visit regularly and observe the records of the firearm dealers, those who import under license and distribute in the country, always watching to see that which they have in stock and how they distributed those that have gone out of their stock. And of course, for the firearm users license holder or FUEC holder, again, the private security companies are similarly monitored and audited. And the bill that I spoke about, the private security industry bill, is specifically geared towards that, allowing an inspector, an office who would be come into existence under that act, if the UNC lends it its support, would be able to go and visit and check up on the private security holders to see what they have, how they're using it, and how they keep them safe. As for private persons with FULs and FUECs, the individuals, they have to come in from time to time on an annual basis for the licensing of the firearm, and every 3 years for renewal of the license. So this allows the police service to see the weapon, check the serial number, check the number of rounds, and there's a record of what you used, whether it was in training or otherwise, and what you would have purchased. So there's that overall monitoring that ought to take place in respect of the valid concerns of the Honorable Senator. Thank you.
Senator Richards.
Thank you. Can the Minister indicate if it is taking place effectively?
Minister.
Well, from where I stand, I pray, I'm confident that it does, but I do have information that in some cases, for example, I don't think I want to get into it now because some of those matters are before the court, but there are several examples of where that kind of monitoring was not successfully executed, and the results of that monitoring had not been secured. Thank you.
Senator
I can give examples if he wishes.
Thank you. Minister, final question is this said. Can the Minister indicate if an intonation at a recent Joint Select Committee suggesting that the monitoring of, in particular, levels of ammunition dispersed by dealers is not being accounted for as effectively as it should, posing danger to citizens should that ammunition get into the wrong hands?
Minister.
Based on information available to me, in the 3 inquiries that this government initiated when news came to us about abuse and mismanagement and a white-collar criminal enterprise under the nose of a former commissioner, I have reason to believe that it has not been properly monitored, and I agree with the implication of the question that things in some ways fell askance.
Supplemental.
Senator, yeah.
A final supplement on this. Can the minister indicate what steps are being taken to rectify that very dangerous situation?
Minister.
I did indicate a while ago that the Commissioner of Police has, for the first time, I understand some people to be saying, implemented a provision of the law that requires renewal, written in the law, you know, every 3 years. That is a part of the process. Apart from this, I am aware the police are mandated under the law and under the direction of the National Security Council as part of the government's policy on behalf of the people of this country to carry out their duty in terms of interdicting firearms, in terms of retrieving illegal firearms, and all the other things that form part of proper policing activity in a modern society that they must do in order to achieve the kind of safety and security that the Senator is alluding to quite properly.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Question number 95 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Again, I thank you very warmly, Mr. President. Again, on the basis of information received from the Commissioner of Police, the following data is relevant. The registers utilized by the TTPS Firearms Permit Unit were not created to capture, question 95? Yeah. They were not created to capture the occupation of new applicants existing firearm holders at the time of the application. Consequently, the figures supplied by the TTPS represent overall applications comprising private citizens, business owners, and private security companies. In this regard, the total number of FULs...
Senator Nakhid, allow the minister to proffer his answer, please. Continue, Minister.
In this regard, the total number of FUL applications made during the period 2018 to 2023 amounted to 13,042, which is disaggregated as follows. For the year 2018, there were 1,722 applications. In the year 2019, 3,217. In the year 2020, 3,337. In the year 2021, 3,190. In the year 2022, 651. In the year 2023, 925. While the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service's overall digitization process is underway, the FUL files have not yet been fully digitized, which means that every one of the files pertaining to FUL applications would have to be physically scrutinized to ascertain the category of the applicant. One would appreciate the time-consuming nature of this process. In addition to digitizing the existing files, the TTPS has informed that the capturing of this information at the time of the application would be done. In respect of Part 2, as regards to Part 2 of the question, TTPS records relating to the approved FULs reveal that during the period 2018 to 2023, a total of 3,547 private citizens were granted FULs, disaggregated as follows. 2018, 216. 2019, 534. 2020, 1,462. 2021, 1,271. 2022, 47. 2023, 17. Mr. President, story is being told. Thanks.
Then, can the minister indicate, given the fact that the balance of FULs awaiting renewal in the time period expressed 2018 and 2023, with the 13,042 applications and the 3,000 or so granted, there is the disparity of, an abeyance of 9,495. Can the minister indicate those that are awaiting renewal? What is the policy for those FUL holders who are awaiting renewal? Is it that they're supposed to give their weapons and ammunition back in? What is the policy practice related to that?
Minister.
It is not within my understanding that while these matters are pending, the citizens are required to return firearms. It is not within my understanding that that is the case. But I can have that matter specifically clarified if the Senator would permit me the time to do that.
To you, Mr. President, can the Minister indicate if there is a concern, given that while these 9,000 plus persons are awaiting renewal, that these firearms initially legally reposed with them because of the FULs they would have been granted before are now staying with them in addition to the consequent ammunition in their possession, potentially in some cases posing a danger?
Minister.
I quite admittedly, I lost you. What could you restate? What the problem
Thank
were
you.
you aiming at?
The concern through you, Mr. President, is that the persons who would, these 9,000 persons would have had legal access to own firearms and ammunition through their FULs. And now they are awaiting renewal. In the public domain, there's information that the renewal process has been protracted, and you indicated that the procedure or practice may not have been to return or to repose those firearms and ammunition with the TTPS. Is there a concern that those firearms are now reposed with the owners without the requisite legal firearm users license active?
Well, they are now, from my understanding, in possession of a firearm holder's license, a firearm user's license. They are in possession of that. So it is not that the possession as we speak in the context that the Senator raised that is improper or illegal. The administrative process for the renewal, there would have been a timeline for the application to be made. Once the citizen did that, if it is pending, meaning it is being dealt with in the police service, protracted or otherwise, and it ought not to be protracted, but if it turns out that it is, meanwhile, it cannot be deemed that the person is not legally in possession of a firearm. That's my understanding. And again, that is, to my mind, quite logical, quite sensible.
Through you, Mr. President, can the Minister indicate if additional resources have been provided or supplied to deal with the backlog, if I can classify it as that, of 9,000 plus renewal applications?
Minister.
As Commissioner of Police, that office holder is set with the responsibility to administer the Firearms Act and to manage the police service. How she does that is entirely a matter for her. I am not in a position to say what she has done. What I can say is that from her public utterances and from any other source, that she is making efforts, serious efforts, sometimes inspired by court judgments, to get the business of the administration of these issues done expeditiously.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, question number 65 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, the response is as follows. The progression of this country's probable and possible reserves into the proved P1 category is contingent upon the continued investment of operators in the oil and gas sector in technical and geological data, such as seismic surveys, seismic reprocessing, and well testing, or by the approval of investment plans that may unlock reserves associated with compression, appraisal drilling, or infill drilling, to name a few. The Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, as part of its continuous management and development of the country's hydrocarbon resources for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, continues to facilitate plans for such work being pursued by oil and gas operators. The Ministry encourages operators to fully replace or increase their proved P1 reserves by regular adjustments to the tax regime to improve development economics by enforcing technical work commitments within the production sharing contracts, and by facilitating the removal of contingencies that obstruct the exploitation of our reserves. For example, the government successfully negotiated an agreement with the Venezuelan government in 2019 that set the maximum allowable recoverable volume of the manatee development on the Trinidad side of the international boundary. This arrangement and the approval by the government of a field development plan by Shell allowed the conversion of gas from P2 plus C2 and P3 plus C3 resources into the P1 and C1 category. A further demonstration was the 50% upgrade of Woodside's P1 and plus C1 resource category in the year-end 2021 gas audit due to technical data obtained from the Bongos 3 and Bongos 4 appraisal wells. The Bongos field had the most significant addition to any P1 plus C1 resources category between 2020 and 2021. The Woodside Calypso project, which is expected to bring on production from the Bongos field, is currently in the defined phase of the field development.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, Mr. President. I don't know if the Minister is acting Minister of Energy, but whatever he is at this time, may I ask through you, can the Minister indicate whether he can share with this Senate what is the actual probable reserves of both gas and oil in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago? Can the Minister give any idea or information on this matter?
Minister.
Mr. President, I did not work with that information and I cannot provide that information now, but if the appropriate question is asked, I'm certain that it can be provided.
But this is
to
what
you.
Senator Mark, second supplemental.
Yeah.
Next supplemental, Senator.
Mr. President, can the Minister indicate whether the government has a strategy or a plan of action to speed up the conversion of our probable reserves into proven reserves, Mr. President?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As stated in my original answer, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, as part of its continuous management and development of the country's hydrocarbon resources for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, continues to facilitate plans for such work being pursued by oil and gas operators.
Senator Mark.
Can the Honourable Minister elaborate on the plan of these oil and gas companies that the government is prepared to facilitate? Can the Minister outline it based on what he has said?
Minister.
I am not prepared to elaborate on that. I do not have that information with me.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. It's a pity and so on that,
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, it is frustrating sometimes, but I'll go through it. Mr. President, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister whether the 900 million barrels of heavy crude oil reserves by Heritage Petroleum, which have already been discovered, whether that is part and parcel of this strategy and plan of action to convert our probable reserves into proven reserves, whether, and those oil reserves, Mr. President, is of the Soldado field.
Question is not arise, Senator Mark. Next question on the order paper. Next question on the order paper. 66.
Yeah, okay. Question number 66, the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On behalf of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, the answer is as follows. Part 1, royalty is not cost recoverable, and therefore the question at 2 does not arise.
Senator Mark.
Question number 67 to the Minister of Energy and Energy
Minister
Industries.
of Tourism.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, the response to part 1 is as follows. The basket of market prices used to determine the prices of the country's LNG are linked to several benchmark prices, including, but not limited to, the following. 1, the Japan Korea marker, or JKM. 2, Brent. 3, the UK National Balancing Point. 4, Henry Hub. And 5, the Spanish Power Pool System marginal price. With respect to part 2, the Ministry of Energy Industries obtains these prices via its annual subscription with S&P Platts Global and the Intercontinental Exchange. These prices are all international marker prices and are available via the source.
Mr. President, can I ask the Honourable Minister, what is the role of the Permanent Petroleum Pricing Committee in determining these prices that will go into the basket, if there's any role as enshrined under the Petroleum Act of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President?
Just repeat the question. I'm sure
I'm asking, Mr. President, through you, can the minister share with this parliament what is the role of the Permanent Petroleum Pricing Committee entrenched and enshrined under the Petroleum Act of Trinidad and Tobago that is supposed to determine prices for gas and for oil. So I would like to ask my honorable colleague what role, if any, this committee under law plays in this exercise.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the question asks about the basket of prices. If the honourable member wants to know about a specific committee that is grounded in law and in policy, well then the law would be able to tell you the role of the committee in these matters. I didn't work with the law with me. I know the member has high regard for me, but I don't keep all these things in my head, and I really can't answer it at this time. If the member poses the question on another occasion, I'm certain that the answer can be provided to him.
Senator Mark.
Is the minister indicating or stating to the Senate that the basket of prices for our LNG products are determined by outside forces as outlined by the minister, as opposed to the Permanent Pricing Petroleum Commission that is assigned that responsibility to safeguard the national interest? I'm just asking the Honourable Minister if you could clear the air for us.
Mr. President, I said no such thing.
Senator Mark.
Tell this committee, tell the Senate, what then is the role of the Permanent Petroleum Pricing Committee in determining prices for this basket of LNG products that we sell on the international market to earn revenues for Trinidad and Tobago? Could you tell us what is the role, Mr. President?
So, Senator Mark, that question is falling outside the boundaries of the original question. You can find the answers given before. Next question, Senator Mark.
I think...
You have another supplemental?
No, I think I am good.
Senate, okay. Honourable Senators, the time for questions for oral answer has ended. As such, in accordance with Standing Order 2712, the unanswered questions on the order paper will be postponed to the next sitting of the Senate.
Public business, private members' business, motions.
Senator Jayanti Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Mr.
President. Mr. President, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 101, entrenches the principle of separation of powers between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, which ensures the protection of citizens and a system of checks and balances in the exercise of power. And whereas the Constitution provides protection to all constitutionally enshrined offices and institutions. And whereas the actions of the government in its engagement with constitutionally enshrined offices and institutions have caused public unease and concern. Be it resolved that this Senate calls on the government to reaffirm its commitment to the principles and the practice of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, I rise today in the Senate because, as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, and being given the privilege to serve in this honorable Senate, it is my duty to raise matters which continues to be of concern, not to the opposition, not to just members who sit in these hallowed halls and who come here on a weekly basis, but to every single citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, if we are to live in a functioning democracy, we must have recognition and respect for the doctrine of separation of powers. And whilst we oftentimes speak of separation of powers in terms of the separation of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary, we must understand that in order to safeguard a citizen and their fundamental rights and freedoms guaranteed to them by the Constitution, and to guard against tyranny or dictatorship, we must ensure that there is no concentration of power and that all the independent institutions that are set up, whether through the Constitution or separate pieces of legislation, that they are allowed and permitted to function efficiently and effectively. We had a debate in this House just yesterday about commissions of inquiry and the role and function that they play. And there was an agreement and consensus amongst the members of this House that commissions of inquiry carry out an important function. But what I highlighted yesterday and what I will mention again today is that who is going to stand as the watchdog, the check and the balance on the executive when millions of dollars are spent on a commission of inquiry and there's no implementation? That essentially characterizes why we have separation of powers, and it highlights the need for us to ensure that there are institutions, independent institutions, which cannot be starved of resources, which cannot have their power whittled away by the government's majority in the parliament. Institutions which have to be given the teeth and the legislative authority to perform their functions. If we look at what really is democracy and the separation of powers, it goes way back to centuries of philosophical thinking. And the French social and political thinker Montesquieu, who said, when the legislative and executive powers are united in the same person or in the same body of magistrates, there can be no liberty. There is no liberty if the powers of judging are not separated from the legislative and executive. There would be an end to everything if the same man or the same body were to exercise those three powers. And that's just a very high-level philosophical description of what separation of powers is supposed to mean. You must never have a concentration of power, and no arm of the state should be allowed to interfere in the functioning of another arm. So separate institutions are created as checks and balances on each other. And if we are to avoid bias, corruption, conflict of interest, and to ensure that there is no perception of such, we must ensure that there is no concentration of power. As, again, mentioned in the debate yesterday, there are different legal systems. And in our Westminster-style legal system, we don't have clear-cut separation of powers. And mention has been made of the American system, where the president and the cabinet are completely separate from the Congress, their legislature, and also they have some overlap in terms of the appointment of judicial officers, but they also have elected judicial officers. And we don't really have that system here. But that just makes it even more important that when we do have appointments to independent institutions, that they are allowed to function properly. And the importance of our sovereign democratic state as defined in Section 1, beginning of our Constitution, the preamble, which recites the core beliefs that the authors of our Constitution agreed upon and encapsulated into that very important document. If we are to preserve that, then we must look at how any government performs its functions. And when we notice that there are things being done or things being said that doesn't sit well and does not accord with these fundamental principles that are enshrined in our Constitution, we must speak out about it without fear of criticism and without, I would say, the typical tit for tat, who did what when, who did more and who did worse. Because if we are looking forward as a nation and we want to preserve our way of life and our liberty, we must correct ourselves wherever we may have gone wrong. In the much celebrated and well-known case of Curati in the Privy Council, it said that the idea of democracy involved a number of different concepts, including first, that people must decide who should govern them, secondly, that fundamental rights should be protected by an impartial and independent judiciary, and thirdly, that to reconcile the inevitable tensions between these ideas, a separation of powers between legislative, executive, and judiciary was necessary. The demarcation of these functions is well recited in many decisions. And Mr. President, although the word separation of powers do not actually feature in our Constitution, the principle, as has been said in many cases coming out of our highest court, the apex court, the Privy Council, is that the principle of separation of powers is not some overriding supra-constitutional principle, but a description of how the powers under a real constitution are divided. In the another well-known case of Chandler, they have said that they have taken the view that the doctrine of separation of powers is not an overriding principle that exists independently of a constitution, but is implicit in a constitution, having regard to the powers of the judiciary, legislature, and the executive, which are laid down expressly or by implication in the Constitution. So that in everything that we do, and in everything that each arm of the state does, they must be mindful that the separation of powers and the non-interference in the functioning of important institutions is in fact implied. Where do we find ourselves here today, Mr. President? We find ourselves with a government that, unfortunately, has been characterized, and I think will go down in history, as being defined by attempts to delay elections, criticisms and attacks levied against independent offices such as the DPP and the Integrity Commission, the buffing of the media and private citizens when they voice criticism or concern over particular matters, secret indemnity deals struck without the knowledge of the Director of Public Prosecutions, a merit list that can go missing and a police service commission that can collapse, attempts to interfere with the process of appointing the Commissioner of Police, and utilizing their majority in Parliament to weaken watchdog institutions like the Office of the Procurement Regulator. Wow. That is what we are facing here today, Mr. President, and it is the obligation of all right-thinking citizens to question these attempts. Because if we do not do that, these actions will erode the independence of our autonomous public offices and institutions. There will be a growing loss of confidence in our state institutions, and the efficient functioning of our state institutions and public offices, which seek to provide transparency and accountability on behalf of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, will be no more. And that is why today, Mr. President, I am here to call on the government to cease and desist from their blatant interference blatant interference in state institutions, public offices, and to cease as well, and I have to say because of recent developments, to cease the relentless attacks on those whose job it is to hold them to account. And that is what we are here to discuss by way of this particular motion. Now, our Constitution says that men and institutions will remain free only when there is respect for the rule of law. Have we seen a respect for the rule of law by this particular government? And how does the population, because at the end of the day, as I mentioned, I believe that public perception is just as important as what is actually happening. And the government tries to justify and explain away some of their missteps. But what does the public perception say? On the 18th of May 2023, there was a report published and an article published in the Express newspaper captioned TNT scores low in rule of law survey. And I will quote from that article published in the Express on that day, which says, Trinidad and Tobago has scored low in a rule of law survey with 80% of respondents of the view that top government officials attack or attempt to discredit the media and civil society organizations that criticize them. Citizens are also of the view that top government officials attack or try to discredit the country's electoral system. Compared to their regional counterparts, respondents in Trinidad and Tobago most often felt that top government officials attack or attempt to discredit the media and civil society organizations that criticize them, resort to misinformation to shape public opinion in their favor, 75% said that, attack or attempt to discredit the electoral system and other supervisory organs, 72%, seek to influence the promotion and removal of judges, 68%, and seek to limit the court's competencies and freedom to interpret the law, 64%. This was a study conducted by the World Justice Project, and it was published last year. Subsequently, and of course this is a debate that we began in the last session, but subsequently, we've had even more international bodies coming out and levying criticism when it comes to transparency and accountability. In fact, the 2023 Transparency International report on Trinidad and Tobago, I felt hurt and almost ashamed when I read the things said in that report about our ranking on the Corruption Perception Index and the perception that people had of our judiciary. Now, the Law Association came out in defense of the judiciary, and of course the judiciary is trying to defend itself, but it was reported in the newspaper in February of 2024, 5th of February 2024, this is in the Newsday newspaper, where the report Transparency International issued its 2023 Corruption Perception Index, claimed that the judiciary had not fulfilled its role to keep other branches of government in check. It said a country's failed judiciary, entrenched in corruption, negatively impacts the quality of life of citizens, as persons are hesitant to avail themselves of services for fear of retributions. Therefore, under an ineffectual judiciary, corruption will continue to thrive, thus devastating the country as a whole. People tend to get defensive when these comments are made and say we cannot levy criticism against the judiciary. But at the end of the day, these reports are based on surveys, interviews, reports that come out from different persons in the media about people's confidence. So I am not saying that we have a judiciary riddled in corruption. I would never say such a thing. Never. I would never be so broad brush with my comments. But what is the perception of citizens when it comes to the administration of justice in Trinidad and Tobago, and how has this government affected it? That is a critical question which we must continue to ask. So I want to focus on a couple of these institutions, because you see, if our institutions are not functioning, it whittles away at public confidence. It whittles away at the entire notion that citizens have rights and that there are institutions empowered to protect those rights. When you look at laws like Freedom of Information Act, for example, that law was passed by a UNC administration because it is seen as an important tool to give citizens access to information. As I heard one person once say, that is the piece of law that opens up the filing cabinets of every ministry and state body and allows the citizen to get down into the granular details of decision-making by state bodies and how they utilize their power. And this government has seen it fit to try to remove bodies from under the purview of freedom of information and exempt them. This government has consistently gone to the courts to object and to defend and to try their best not to disclose information under the Freedom of Information Act, depriving citizens of access to information. One very clear example is the issue of TSTT. There is the issue of TSTT being a 51% majority-owned state enterprise that says that it should not be subject to the Freedom of Information Act, even though they have members of a board appointed by the government, even though the expenditure of TSTT is something that we are now looking at. And they are seeking to remove that level of oversight and accountability when you look at enterprises such as those. The government's removal of various areas of purview from the oversight of the procurement regulator is another critical issue. And it will go down in history that a very strong piece of legislation passed after decades of conversation about procurement in this country, and several private bodies and lobbying groups and so on were consulted, and a piece of legislation passed by the People's Partnership Administration in order to bring more transparency and to try to get rid of some of the corruption that occurs when you have public procurement. This government consistently whittled away at the powers of the procurement regulator, removing key types of services from the purview of that office. How could that be in the interest of democracy? How could we say that we have a functioning democracy when, by simple majority, a government uses that majority in this parliament to achieve such I would say almost immoral purpose? Now, we've also seen attacks against the service commissions. The entire process of appointing a commissioner of police has found its way into the court system on more than one occasion under this administration. The first was the case of when a retired police officer by the name of Maharaj had to bring a case because the government sought to amend an order that inserted the Minister of National Security into the process of recruiting and appointing a commissioner of police. And that had to be struck down by the courts. Thankfully, the United National Congress, standing in the gap, took the matter to court. Because what the court said is there is no reason in logic why an independent police service commission cannot itself trigger the process for recruitment. It is clear that the ability to influence and in fact control the decision as to whether or not an appointment process should be initiated carries with it the ability to influence the outcome of that process. Those are the words of not the UNC, but of then Justice Rajkumar, who presided over that matter, and that comes directly from his judgment. Now, again, thereafter, we had amendments to the same order, or a different order, I can't recall which one it was, where they sought to make appointments for acting commissioners of police. And this is when the government found itself in a pickle because a merit list was submitted, and coincidentally on the same day there was a meeting, and a merit list was withdrawn. Imagine a merit list produced after a supposedly independent service commission carried out its function of recruiting and selecting people and producing a merit list, could be withdrawn because of interference. And subsequently, an entire service commission collapsed. And for the first time in the history of this country, we did not have a commissioner of police or a police service commission.
Thanks to the government.
Why? Because people do not have respect for the separation of powers, and they do not have respect for important and key institutions that are set up under our Constitution that are meant to preserve our democracy. That is all. That is the fundamental underlying reason for why that entire process took place, or that whole scandal took place. And then we move forward now, and we see that the order that they passed trying to appoint an acting commissioner of police was bypassing the Constitution and the process. So we took them to court again. And I'm very proud to say that, in both those matters, the one, this one as well as the one, the Higher Maharaj one, that I was competently led by eminent senior counsel, Mrs. Prasad Bisessa and Mr. Ramlogat. And I'm very proud to associate myself with both those matters because, I speak to a lot of police officers in the course of my job, my duties, and you would not believe the feedback. And I think that that's the problem with this government. They live in a bubble and they don't listen to what people are saying. But the feedback that you get when you're involved in matters like that from the average constable and corporal on the ground is that they feel that they have no power when these things are being done, and they are happy to see someone stand up for their rights. Because they have to function as part of a police service that is constantly under political attack by this government. They are the ones running down bandits, going to court, working 24, 48-hour shifts, trying to solve crime with very little resources. And they see themselves as being part of a system under attack by a government. So we took them to court again, and we ensured that that whole process of bypassing the constitutional requirements for acting appointments and so on was struck down, and then we ended up with no commissioner of police because of them. They collapsed the whole service commission, and we had nobody to carry out the recruitment exercise. Did they learn? Well, last week we found out that they didn't. Because believe it or not, they brought a bill to the House of Representatives last week trying to do the exact same thing. Trying to remove parliamentary oversight for acting appointments as Commissioner of Police. Why? What is their justification? It's an administrative burden. It's too hard. It's too much work to have to come here and bring a notification to the Parliament when you want to appoint somebody to act because they want to go to a conference somewhere. Nobody, I listened to that debate very carefully, nobody identified a specific instance where the Commissioner of Police was required to go somewhere or do something and couldn't do it because they didn't have time to come to the Parliament. But that is the reason, and that is the justification. Having to come to Parliament to get somebody to approve an acting appointment in an office as important as the office of Commissioner of Police and allowing parliamentary oversight in accordance with the Constitution is too much work for them to do. So they came to the Parliament to try to remove it. Well, thankfully, the citizens of this country still have some right-thinking people holding public office in the form of the opposition, and we did not allow it. And we will never allow that. Because every time they come to this Parliament, whether it is for passing orders, regulations, or whatever, they try their best to do away with parliamentary oversight. Everything must be negative resolution. Everything should just, sometimes subject to no resolution at all. That's one of the first things Senator Mark and I look for when we get a bill. How are they making regulations and whether there is any requirement for them to come to Parliament? Because that is their modus operandi, remove parliamentary oversight, and that speaks directly to the separation of powers. It speaks directly to the whittling away of that level of oversight and accountability and the checks and balances that the Constitution and the framers of our Constitution and worldwide recognized principles of any functioning democracy, and that is what this government keeps trying to get rid of. And it is consistent, and it is blatant, and it is never-ending. And sometimes it is exhausting that I feel sometimes the six of us here alone standing up thinking right. And they come back again every time we have these debates and we raise these issues. They come back with their same attempts. On 3 occasions, Mr. President, 3 occasions, there have been attempts to interfere with the appointment of a commissioner of police by this government. They are so obsessed with getting control over the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service that they are relentless in their attacks.
Yes. Yes. They want a puppet. This commissioner of police.
When we have situations, let me move on from the office of the Commissioner of Police, and I will talk about the office of the DPP. We had a situation in this country where the DPP was left out and had no knowledge of government ministers, private attorneys, and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service being involved in the signing off of an indemnity agreement for a person to become a state witness. The person who occupies the office of Director of Public Prosecutions, the constitutionally enshrined office under Section 90 of our Constitution, the person who must be the most, if I may dare say, the most independent office holder in this country because of the amount of power that that person can yield, is not only left out of conversations, he's also deprived of financial and technical resources, and there are administrative lines through which there is direct interference in his office. And I make no apologies for saying so, because subsequent to our discussions on these matters, Mr. President, the director himself appeared before a joint select committee of national security where there were inquiries made of him. And I had the opportunity to question the Director of Public Prosecutions at the time, because there was a public attack against this man over a building. A public attack against what should be an independent office and an independent office holder who must be free to exercise his powers without free and fair and free from fear, being publicly attacked on a political platform because security experts had raised concerns about a building, and so he did not feel that he should move his staff into that building until those concerns had been addressed. And a person no less than the Prime Minister mounted a political platform to launch a scathing attack against this man. So he came before the Joint Select Committee of Parliament, and we had the opportunity to question him. And we moved on from the building issue, but we were dealing with the human resourcing of the office, because no office, regardless of how independent the head of that office might be, can really function unless they have resources. And I specifically asked about the hiring of contract staff versus permanent staff. And I specifically asked the director whether or not he felt, because he expressed the view on a radio program, I believe, that hiring of permanent staff for an office such as the DPP's office would be more appropriate, because people were not beholden unto the political directorate to have their contracts renewed. That is common sense. That's common sense, quite frankly. But the fact that the man had to go and say that, because he was only being provided with contract staff by the Office of the Attorney General. And this is what the director had to say in response to my question for a comment on that matter. He said, "It has been more than 10 years now that I would have advocated for a budget for the DPP's office so as to ensure we could do certain things. What seems to me to be an anomaly is, in fact, that other so-called independent institutions have their own budgets." I then asked him about having his own line in a budget, like some other institutions and so on. He said, "My situation is different. Let me spectacularly highlight my situation, perhaps." And I'm reading directly from the verbatim notes of this meeting. "Some time ago, someone who occupied the chair of Attorney General had a conflict with someone who occupied the chair of DPP. During the pendency of that conflict, the DPP's office would have, or before the conflict crystallized, the DPP's office would have arranged to have a retreat and a training session with staff. Because of the conflict, that Attorney General, in his wisdom, then decided to indicate to the DPP that because of that conflict, he is not willing to allocate any resources for the training event. This is not fiction. I am not being hypothetical. This happened as a fact, and I am speaking from my own knowledge. So it stands to reason that if we are speaking truly about an independent office, and this is an office whose independence finds itself in the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago, it cannot be that if we want a scanner that would turn on, what is to say the complexion of my relationship with the incumbent Attorney General or any of his predecessors cannot and should not be. The director raised the issue because at the time, comments had been made about his office being underperforming. And I wanted to know how an office being deprived of resources, being criticized, not being given physical space that was appropriate for them to occupy in order to accommodate their staff, could be criticized for underperforming. But that is, again, part of this government's way of doing things. They deprive people of the resources that they need. They do not make appointments. They don't give the financial or technical resources. They do not invest in training. And then they criticize these institutions and say, this one isn't working, that one isn't working, we must get rid of all of them. Let us look at the TTRA. We had for all of eternity Customs and Excise Division, yes, understaffed, not the most efficient. We had the Board of Inland Revenue. They say we have tax leakages. They are not efficient in doing their job. We must get rid of all the public servants who are insulated and protected by the Service Commission and form a TTRA with a board appointed by a minister. And the minister must be able to come to the Parliament now and produce a name of a Director General, but he can veto the person who goes through the process, which he did, to be the Director General, and then bring the name here and get it approved. Why? Because Customs doesn't work. Why does Customs not work? Again, when you ask questions, you realize scanners have broken down for over a year, and they have not replaced them. The resources are not there to ensure that people are appointed to important offices. Everybody acting. There are no permanent appointments being made. You have issues in the public service, but it is because of the government not doing what it needs to do to make the public service efficient. So it's like you destroy someone and then you criticize them for their performance. And that is what happened, and that is why, that is all the justification that they have had and that they have used to disband the Board of Inland Revenue and the Customs and Excise Division and bring, when we talked about, the police service becoming a private army, we now have a private tax army. A private taxation army is what they want to create, where they will control revenue collection, they will control all of the persons working in the TTRA, and they will control, and contract officers. Again, the Director of Public Prosecutions made the point, contract officers are beholden to the Political Directorate for renewal of their contracts, and that has now translated itself from various arms of the public service into what will be known as the TTRA, who will be collecting property tax, income tax, and all the other taxes, because that is part of their plan for the country, impose as many taxes as they can and collect them. Can people have confidence in a country that is being run in this manner? I dare say no, and that is why we are here today to raise it. The Integrity Commission, another feature of good governance introduced by UNC administration. Integrity in Public Life Act meant to hold government officials to account. Mr. President, I could not fathom how it is a sitting Prime Minister and supported by members who sit in this House and elsewhere can criticize a public body for saying that they wanted additional funding to be able to carry out their functions. Their functions are very clearly defined within the law. And if a body needs funding and they articulate that need by way of a report that they have to publish every year, a responsible government A government with respect for democracy, with respect for the separation of powers, with respect for our Constitution, would address those concerns. Instead, what you have happening is on the 4th of January this year, and I'm quoting from an article published in the Trinidad Guardian, titled, "Rowley Slams IC Boss Over Funding Complaint." And let me read what is said in this report. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley has hit back at Integrity Commission Chairman Rajendra Ram Logan's complaint over reduced funding for the Commission's work. All right, it wasn't just a complaint about funding, it was a complaint about reduced funding. Crappy, I read that. Because they have actually cut funding, I believe. In fact, the Prime Minister is suggesting that rather than being affected by smaller budgets, the Commission's resources are being drained by ill-advised and politically motivated investigations, some of them aimed at him. So what the Prime Minister chose to do in relation to the Integrity Commission, a body governed by legislation, a body included in our Constitution, one of those independent institutions that I have made mention of that set up in our Constitution to preserve our democracy, is to launch a scathing attack against this body because they are investigating him. When in 2023, in December, because this happened just after December, there was an announcement, or it became into the public domain, that there was an investigation into certain contracts and so on involving the Prime Minister. This is what was reported again. Prime Minister Rowley under Integrity Commission probe for third time. This article by Jensen Levend, dated the 10th of December 2023. And again, I have to take a deep breath before I read some of these things. Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley has accused the Integrity Commission of deliberately attempting to tarnish my reputation after he was informed that he is now the subject of another investigation. And it goes on to say, Rowley, in response to Guardian Media on Friday evening about this latest investigation, said, and this is what the Prime Minister of this country, the head of the cabinet, the head of the executive, has to say about an independent institution. The Integrity Commission, acting in concert with others, is deliberately attempting to tarnish my reputation by attempting to find ways to associate me with contracts and awards that I have had absolutely nothing to deal with. This is a grand fishing expedition hoping to slander me by associating me with contracts. Now, well, whether it is correct or not, Minister, it is not for the Prime Minister to come out again. If a Prime Minister sees himself, if a government sees themselves as having a duty to uphold public trust and confidence in public institutions, it is not for them to make comments such like as this. Mr. President, it is not only our institutions that are under attack. We have situations where private citizens they're invited to speak. We had a situation recently where I saw the retired chairman of a large financial institution in this country make the simple point that I am making here today, that members of the public should not be mere spectators. That if we see things going wrong, we should speak out on it. Made some comments about us being an oil and gas economy and questioning the plans we had and so on. I listened. I thought the man had some good points to make. I think he's a respectable member of the community. He was invited to this forum to speak. Lo and behold, at the first opportunity, utilizing parliamentary speaking time, the Minister of Energy launched again an attack against this private citizen, saying what? Once people become a farmer, their mouth does get big. That is how a government treats with concerns raised by private citizens. Is this a democracy or a dictatorship? When you cannot, as a private citizen, be free to attend a consultation or forum of some sort and express a view and speak, because you will be attacked in the parliament of all places, where your elected representatives are supposed to be representing your concerns. You are the subject of attack from a sitting senior government minister. Can you say that that is a democracy? We are moving further and further away from the concept and the notion of what is democracy and freedom in this country, Mr. President. And if we do not act now, everybody will come in for a tongue lashing. Everybody will be hounded. Everybody will be subject to criticism and slander by this government. You know, they have a tendency to jump up every time and talk about sub judice. Everything is sub judice, sub judice. But when
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. But when persons are seeking redress or are the subject of an investigation, they will go to every panyard in this country and talk about them. They go into every panyard in this country to talk about matters that are under police investigation. They go into every panyard. They cannot come in the parliament and give proper explanations. They cannot communicate policy, but they will go and sit down in the panyard and talk about issues and things that are under investigation. We asked for an investigation into and have been calling for information about this debacle that is playing out at the Strategic Services Agency, what is supposed to be the premier intelligence gathering agency in this country that is tasked with upholding and supporting our national security efforts and our fight against crime. They don't want to talk about it in the parliament. They don't want to answer questions. Everything is under police investigation, but they will sit down in the panyard and talk about it because they have the opportunity to slander people's name and scandalize them. And that is their idea of democracy. And they want to come here to talk about, we ask questions at the appropriate place and in the appropriate forum, not in the panyard. That is what a parliament is for.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Parliament is not to come here and spread propaganda and make bacchanal. All right? That is what we are here to do. We are here to ask questions and you are here to answer. Some people have to read the same answer twice because like they fall asleep today and they couldn't even answer properly on key issues of national security. But we come before committees of the parliament and ask for answers and we are shut down because there's an investigation ongoing and we will not comment. But the next week they're in the panyard talking about it. Mr. President, I raise this motion because it is something that we need to discuss. We need to look at our institutions. We need to look at the consistent and persistent attacks being thrown at our public officers. We need to look at the way that this government has decided to dismantle the public service and by so doing to try to get as much control as they possibly can. We need to look at public perception. We need to look at how the office of the president even was dragged into disrepute by the actions of this government when it comes to the appointments of very important officers in this country, such as the Commissioner of Police. We need to look at whether or not there's a deliberate attempt to starve important institutions like the Integrity Commission and the Office of the DPP of resources because members of the government know that those officers have the power to investigate them. And every time they get vexed about a matter being discontinued, they cannot levy spite against the Office of the DPP because that's what happened when the PRCO matters were discontinued and everybody knows it. And when you have reports, such as those reports coming out from World Justice Project, such as the reports coming out from Transparency International and so on, where public confidence is at the ultimate low. I dare say our democracy, our way of life, and what we know to be the enshrined cornerstone principles of our Constitution are under threat and are being consistently whittled away. And therefore, we as responsible parliamentarians must examine these issues, must try to find solutions, and must call on this government. And this motion is simply a call to the government to cease and desist from this type of behavior. At the rate we are going, I expect by next week we might see another bill where they're trying to interfere with the appointment of a commissioner of police, because that seems to be something that is on their mind and occupying their time. And whatever they want to do. And so I have to say that, you know, as much as they have been corrected time and time again by arms of the state that have the obligation to correct them, like the judiciary, they are relentless and they will not stop in their attack on our democracy. And therefore, we are here to raise this motion in an attempt to educate the population and remind them of what is taking place so that they make better decisions when the time comes. That they will make better decisions when the time comes. and that you don't have to participate or read about yourself and your country in international reports as being a place where 80% of people do not have confidence in the rule of law. Because that is a sad state of affairs for any person to be living in. And it should not be the way that we are living in 2024. But unfortunately, that is what it is. And so, Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Senator Mark.
I beg to second the motion and reserve my right to speak at a later stage of the proceedings.
The motion has been seconded by Senator Mark. Honourable Senators, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is, whereas the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Chapter 101, entrenches the principle of the separation of powers between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, which ensures the protection of citizens and a system of checks and balances in the exercise of power. And whereas the Constitution provides protection to all constitutionally enshrined offices and institutions, and whereas the actions of the government in its engagement with constitutionally enshrined offices and institutions have caused public unease and concerns, be it resolved that this Senate calls on the government to reaffirm its commitment to the principles and the practice of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. Minister in the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr. President, I thank you very much for the opportunity to rise to respond to this motion. But before I do that, Mr. President, I want to quickly steal a few seconds just to, of course, wish happy Hanuman Jayanti to my Hindu brothers and sisters of the Senate, and of course, the Hindu population as we celebrate the auspicious day of Hanuman Jayanti. With that being said, Mr. President, I would now attempt to deal with Senator Jayanti Lutchmedial and her contribution that she would and her moving of this motion. You know, Mr. President, I want to begin by simply stating I thought the goodly senator would have begun her motion today by actually commending the People's National Movement and the government and applauding us for upholding democracy, given the fact that, Mr. President, on the 23rd of May 2023, at exactly 4:35 p.m., and then on June 27, 2023, this very same motion, Mr. President, was brought to the Senate and was debated. And as I went through and as I listened to the contributions made by the senator, it was the same exact motion that she printed the Hansard, and she came here and she read word for word with no shame at all for wasting the Senate's time. And I thought the senator, knowing fully well that she came and she repeated her Hansard. Granted, yes, the standing orders provides for motions. I thought she would have applauded the People's National Movement government for understanding the rights of citizens, upholding democracy, and allowing her to come again and bring back the same, as I said before, 23rd of May 2023 motion, which clearly she printed and she came and she read out in the Senate today. But, I mean, it is what it is, and again, because we believe in democracy, because our founding father, Mr. President, was where the Constitution was because of the People's National Movement that the Constitution, which deals with the principle of the separation of power, was created, because that is how we operate our affairs as a party and as a government. We will contribute, and I rise to contribute, and of course to respond to some of the statements made by the Senator. Mr. President, I have a serious difficulty with saying that as a government we will recommit to democracy, because the People's National Movement and our government have always been committed to the notion of democracy and the separation of powers. And if I may, for example, Mr. President, read from a very, of course, a landmark case of Barry Francis and Hines versus R. It was actually a matter in which my senior as senior counsel in a previous incarnation, Pamela Elder. In that particular case, Mr. President, the Court of Appeal at paragraph 14 of that case, the Court of Appeal stated, and it reads, Dr. the Right Honorable Eric Williams, in his address to the nation on the 31st of August 1962, the first day of Trinidad and Tobago's independence from Great Britain, noted that democracy means much more than a right to vote. Democracy means recognition of the rights of others. And this is taken from a case. This is taken from a case, Mr. President. So it's very pertinent. And as I said, the Court of Appeal made reference to this statement. Democracy means the obligation of the minority to recognize the right of the majority. Democracy means responsibility of the government to its citizens, the protection of the citizens from the exercise of arbitrary power and the violation of human rights and individual rights. Democracy means freedom of worship for all and subordination of the right of any one race to the overriding right of the human race. Stated by the Court of Appeal in this Barry Francis judgment, making recognition of the words of our political father, our leader, Dr. Eric Williams. And therefore, from the very inception, all the principles of the People's National Movement, Mr. President, has been based on the concept of democracy. And if we move from Dr. Eric Williams to the Honorable Mr. Chambers, to the Honorable Mr. Manning, and now more so to our political leader, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, it will be clear for every sober, prudent, thinking individual to know that the People's National Movement and the government of Trinidad and Tobago has always been committed to democracy. Mr. President, now, of course, and I want to, before I respond, of course, to some of the statements made by the Honorable Senator, and before I make an attempt to correct the record, I just want to also now address the hypocrisy of this motion, where statements were made and led from the other side about this government and the government's attack of people who hold public office. The audacity of the princess of attack who comes to this Senate, the Honorable Senator, Mr. President, who comes here constantly irrespective of what motion we debate and is known for attacking people who hold public office. Mr. President, if I go through, and which I will attempt to go through now, as I look at the hypocrisy of this entire motion, Mr. President, respectfully through you, I can take you through every single senator, opposition senator that sits here, and I can make reference to Hansard and records on the Hansard in which each and every one of them at every given moment have used this parliament to attack people who hold public office, to undermine democracy, and to attack the principle of the separation of power. But I will start with their leader first, most respectfully, Mr. President, and I will call it, in my own words, Kamala the critic.
Members. Allow me to rule. Senator, we refer to members of each parliament by their proper title.
President, and I am guided. Mr. President, it is no secret that the leader, and I take your guidance, Mr. President, it is no secret that the leader of the opposition has on multiple occasions, Mr. President, multiple occasions criticized independent offices and independent office holders. For example, Mr. President, in a media statement dated 19th of February 2024, the Honorable Opposition Leader, Kamala Persad-Bissessar, criticized our President Christine Kangaloo and the newly appointed chairman of the Integrity Commission, accusing them both of not showing personal integrity, and these were words taken from a statement, not showing personal integrity in relation to his appointment. Additionally, Mrs. Persad-Bissessar claimed that the government wanted a subservient and passive Integrity Commission. Mr. President, isn't that an attack on the office of the Integrity Commission, the hypocrisy, and on the president and the independence and the role?
Mindful of the standing order in relation to using the president's office, title, and name to influence a debate. So we don't do that. So you can continue with the narrative that you're indicating, just leave the office of the president out of it. Continue.
Not a problem. Thank you. Guided again, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may move on to May 2015, so I'm taking us back a little into the history books. Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, who was then Prime Minister at that time, along with the then Attorney General Gavin Nichols, attacked the Deputy DPP Joan Honore Paul in relation to a statement she had made about the email gate scandal. Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, through her attorney Israel Khan SC, accused the Deputy DPP of crossing the line, and that was a statement, of crossing the line, and described the contents of a statement as irrational and prejudicial. Isn't that, Mr. President, an attack on an independent office holder again, Mr. President? Where was the separation of powers at that point in time? I asked the Honorable Senator. Mr. President, and now if I may go to, I had these little terminology, but if I go to Mr. Volney, I had termed vicious Volney during that time, another member of the opposition. This is where the Minister of Justice at the time, Herbert Volney, Mr. President, attacks the Chief Justice during a budget debate, attacks the office of the Chief Justice. And you see, I have to do this because I have to speak to the hypocrisy again of the motion that is before us, asking the PNM, asking the government to reaffirm its commitment. I ask the opposition, who call themselves constantly the government in waiting, I ask you to reaffirm your commitment to democracy. I ask you to cease and desist from attacking personally office holders of Trinidad and Tobago, because I don't think by winning an election you will just suddenly change your ways. Mr. President, if I go on to this example, Mr. President, in his budget debate, Mr. Volney, on the 20th of September 2010, instead of using his maiden contribution to enlighten the population about the endeavors of his new Ministry of Justice, Mr. President, parliamentary privilege was abused to attack and undermine the Chief Justice and, by extension, the independent, Mr. President, the independent judiciary. And I had to make mention of that, Mr. President. As we move on, Mr. President, as I move on to the hypocrisy of this motion, I want to go to the Honorable Mr. Senator, the Senator Mark, Mr. President, as his attacks continue on independent senators and bringing the independence, and I will stay away from that one, Mr. President, the office of the President into disrepute. Mr. President, let us not forget the statements, and again, it's there on the record, the acts and the conduct of each of these opposition senators, and I see them huddling now because they have to now regroup and determine how they're going to respond to the government's reaffirmation and this government's commitment, continuous commitment to the right to democracy. And if I go to the Hansard, Mr. President, where Honorable Senator Mark, the 21st of November 2021, at a UNC's virtual weekly Sunday news conference, not the Hansard, sorry, the 21st of November 2021.
Senator, have a seat. Point of order.
A point of order.
Allow the point of order to be made.
Point of order. Most appropriately, section 51, please.
Say again, 51?
51, yes, on speaking. Silence. E, F, G, and L, Mr. Vice President.
I was about to ask which of the subsections. So essentially the standing order is on the level of crosstalk and the noise in the chamber as it relates to a member speaking. Again, it is getting a bit loud. When Senator Jayanti Lutchmedial-Ramdial was speaking, the chamber was quiet. Please afford the same courtesy to the Minister in the office of the Attorney General. Minister, continue.
Very much, Mr. President. And I will continue as I examine the conduct of each of my honorable senators on the other side who have come here to speak to this government about its commitment to democracy.
Hi. Yes, sir. Point of order.
Mr. President,
what is the point of order?
You are dealing with the conduct. You're dealing with the conduct.
One second.
The member is saying she's dealing with the conduct.
Senator Mark, I'm on my legs.
Yeah.
Number one, I did not hear the full point of order. Is it 46? What?
I think it's 46. It's, if I'm not mistaken, it deals with the conduct of any member of this honorable house. And may I make it very clear? This motion is not about personal attacks against any member of parliament.
Mr. President, he is not allowed to make
Mr.
speeches.
President, if you want to raise a matter of conduct,
members.
bring a...
Don't use this motion to attack.
Senator Mark. So there's several things going on here. It's good to see everybody engaging and listening as the debate is ongoing. Number one, Senator Mark, 46.8 does not apply in this particular circumstance. Number two, the standing order that you are actually seeking to erase also does not apply. The member is responding to what the goodly senator indicated in the moving of the motion. Okay. Number three, the process by which we raise standing orders is very simple. You stand, you call out point of order, the member speaking sits, the point of order is raised, and the chair is allowed to rule. We do not need to go at each other in relation to executing that procedure. Minister, continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, as I continue, of course, with the Honorable Senator Mark even questioned, of course, the independence of the office of the President, which I will not belabor that point at all. But a statement was made that it was a gigantic political conspiracy was in place, and said that the so-called independent senators had been appointed by a president to undermine the parliament and the democratic processes. And these were statements, Mr. President, that's on the public record on the 21st of November 2021, which is recorded, and it was stated by the Honorable Senator at a UNC virtual meeting, Sunday news conference. Mr. President, if I respectfully, as I continue along the path of looking at the UNC's hypocrisy, to the Honorable Senator Jolene John, through you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a shame and a disgrace was how the opposition senator described an independent senator's support for the government when it passed the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2020, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I cannot say it better than Honorable Senator Dr. Richards, who stated the following when he raised a motion of privileges on the 10th of December 2020 based on Senator Jolene John's statement in this very said Parliament. And Senator Richards stated the statements attributed to Senator Jolene Johns seeks to undermine the integrity of the independent senator, lower her estimation in the general public, as well as to cast aspersions on her character. This damages not only the independent bench, but also serves to bring the entire Senate into odium and disrepute. And those were the words quoted by Senator Dr. Paul Richards when he brought that matter for privileges on the 10th of December 2020. And yet the opposition comes here and speaks about the People's National Movement and this government not being committed to democracy. Again, I pose the question through you, Mr. President, to this government in waiting. Where is your commitment to democracy? Where is your commitment to the independent offices? Mr. President, if I may continue, as I ignore the Honorable Senator Lutchmedial.
Senator, have a seat. Senator John. So, once again, the level of crosstalk while the member is making a contribution is reaching a level where it's becoming difficult to hear what she's saying. I'm going to ask again to temper your emotions whilst the member is contributing. Continue, Minister.
Mr. President. And as I continue, if I may look at the Honorable Senator Mr. David Nakhid, briefly insulting the highest office again of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, if I take the Honorable Senator to a Facebook post that the Senator posted on the 11th of October 20.
I'm not, okay. Senator Mark. Senator Mark. So if I have to raise to my legs again, I will have no choice but to take a more aggressive action. Continue, Minister.
And Mr. President, so I will continue on that post, the 11th of October 2021, where this goodly senator shamelessly, Mr. President, disrespected the independent office of the then President Paul Weeks by calling...
Senator, so again, Senator Lyder. Just remember, the office of the President is not to be used to influence the debate in any way. Continue.
Well, in that statement, Mr. President, an attack was made on a high office holder, Mr. President, in which that high office holder was referred to in that post as an insipid jackass, Mr. President.
Senator, have a seat, members. Senator
I am quoting.
Honourable Senators, this Senate will now stand suspended for 15 minutes. subscribed upon taking the oath of this office, we all promised to adhere to those standing orders. And in that little blue book to which we have subscribed, there's a procedure for everything, which allows for the decorum of this chamber to be maintained at its highest level. I remind all senators that these proceedings are aired live to the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago who expect a certain level of behavior in this chamber when we are conducting their business. As such, going forward, for the remainder of this 12th Parliament, what occurred here before the suspension will not happen again. And I will aggressively uphold the decorum of this chamber. Senator, that type of language, whether quoted or otherwise, is not to be used. Members of the opposition, when I am on my legs, all will fall to silence in this chamber to allow me to rule and bring this chamber back to the level of decorum that is required. Be so guided. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President, and even in the absence, and I am guided, Mr. President, and I do want to apologize, Mr. President, for, of course, bringing into this most, esteemed house, these hallowed halls, a direct quotation, Mr. President, made by Senator David Nakhid, as I stated before, Mr. President, on the 11th of October, as he addressed the highest office holder of Trinidad and Tobago at the time, and probably that is why, Mr. President, I would have, tread down that path, but I am guided, of course, by you, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, again, I have to continue, Mr. President, of course, within the parameters of your guidance. But, Mr. President, again, I have to continue in my response to Senator Lutchmedial, who is not here, probably huddling and determined, working out with her colleagues how they would respond to the government's response to her motion. But, Mr. President, I want to again look at another senator who sits in this chamber, Mr. President, who has constantly used and shown, Mr. President, through his actions, of course, disrespect for office holders, again undermining democracy, again attacking the concept and the principle of the separation of powers. And if I may turn now to Senator Anil Roberts, Mr. President. Senator Roberts, Mr. President, it is no secret, was referred to the Parliament's Privileges Committee, Mr. President, for comments he made about the then Senate President, Christine Kangaloo, on his Douglas Politics social media show. Mr. President, the record reflect at the Senate sitting on Tuesday, and this is what was stated, the record reflect at a Senate sitting on Tuesday, government leader Franklin Khan moved a motion seeking to have Roberts penalized for attempting to ridicule Kangaloo. Khan referred to statements made by Roberts following the ruling by Kangaloo last Tuesday that he withdraw from further participating in the Senate sitting. Khan said on Roberts' Douglas Politics broadcast on the same day, which was Tuesday, February 23rd, and on February 26th at 7:30 p.m., that Roberts utilized satirical subtext to allege that Kangaloo was biased in dealing with him. He said Roberts referred to himself as a booming voice on the Senate as Kangaroo's court. And this was taken, Mr. President, from an Express article dated the 4th of March 2021, entitled, and this is what an article was entitled, who and then that Ms. Kangaloo at the time held another high office as a part of the principle of separation of power. And we have an article that states, the front page of the newspaper from the Express stated, entitled, Kangaroo's Court. Kangaroo's Court for a high office holder, and it was because of statements made by again another opposition senator. And this matter, of course, was referred to Privileges, the Privileges Committee, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President, again, 46(6), and also, Mr. President, the conduct of a member that has already been determined by this Parliament, I think it is out of order for a member to be raising an issue that this Senate has already settled. No, but this matter has been settled. The member was sanctioned. So why are we going back into this?
Okay, have a seat. So, whereas I've heard your explanation and the standing order raised doesn't really cover that far of an explanation. The member is responding by way of what was indicated by Senator Lutchmedial in the raising of this motion, and therefore I will allow her to do so in that light.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so again, Mr. President, another example of the opposition's constant disregard, their constant undermining of highest office holders, and therefore, and comes with a motion again wasting this Parliament's time to ask for our government to recommit. Well, I say to the Honourable Senator, I say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the People's National Movement and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, your government, who you voted for in 2015, who you voted for in 2020, and who I'm sure you will vote for again in 2025, continues to be committed to upholding the separation of power. And we continue to be committed, Mr. President, to democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. And as I continue to look at the Honourable Senator Roberts, Mr. President, if we look at, I looked at Hansard dated the 27th of June 2023, page 31. And it's no secret, Mr. President, that the UNC has constantly over the years attacked the credibility and the motives of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, the EBC, which is, again, an independent body, Mr. President. In that Hansard, Mr. President, dated the 27th of June 2023, page 31, Senator Roberts, in his debate on this motion, stated, in speaking about the chairman of the EBC, that instead of just a general undercover PNM, they appoint the niece of a former sitting minister and the best friend of the Minister of Education. And that is on the Hansard records of Trinidad and Tobago. This insinuating that the PNM appointed the niece of a former minister as the chairman of the EBC, Mr. President. Mr. President, this could be furthest from the truth. Mr. President, these are the types of baseless comments that the opposition continue to spew, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, almost the entirety of Senator Roberts' contribution to that debate was an attack on the record that I referred to, was an attack on the independence of the EBC. And just for today, I will give Senator Damian Lyder a bly, only for today, because there are other pressing matters that I have to attend to respond to Senator Lutchmedial, certain things that Senator Lutchmedial would have stated later on. So, Mr. President, as I started this debate, was to start from a position of where we cannot agree with this motion, Mr. President, because the motion suggests that the government has not been committed to the principle of democracy and the principles of separation of power. And what I simply attempted to do, Mr. President, is to call out on those who sit on the opposition bench, who again refers to themselves as the alternative government. I ask you, because at the end of it, I will be respectfully asking through you, Chair, that Senator Lutchmedial withdraws this motion, because there's no merit to this motion. And what through you again, Mr. Senator, what she possibly needs, what the Honourable Senator may need to do is huddle with her her 5 colleagues and, determine and really explain to them what the separation of powers refer to, what democracy means, and get them to buy into this motion and agree that that the separation of powers and democracy is important to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, mind you, I didn't even waste time. There's so many other things that I could speak about. I could speak about Lutchmedial-Ramdial, but I feel as if the public is tired of that. I could refer to the silk scandal, where office holders bestow silk upon themselves, and that simply suggested, again, interference in different, arms. But I will step away. I will step away from those. And today, for today's Senate sitting, I much preferred to look at the conduct of the 6 senators that sit opposite to us, who come here, Mr. President, time and time again, purporting to be the vanguards of democracy, promoting themselves as the knight in shining armor for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, when really and truly, most respectfully, Mr. President, all I see is a set of people with vaps who whooping left, right, and center, wrapping tinfoil, not knights in shining armor, Mr. President. And I just had to make out, Mr. President, the hypocrisy of the United National Congress, the hypocrisy of the opposition in bringing this motion, where they themselves, time and time again, continue to attack persons who belong to independent office holders, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may now go to certain statements made and of course, submissions made by Senator Lutchmedial. There are about 4 statements that she placed on the record, the Honorable Senator placed on the record, Mr. President, which I want to briefly respond to. In her motion, Mr. President, one of the points made by the goodly senator was government attacked or attempt to discredit the media. It also seeks to limit which journalists attend news conferences. That was one of the points that the honorable senator made during her contribution. In response to that, Mr. President, what I can simply say is nothing is furthest from the truth, Mr. President. As a matter of fact, this government has always been open to the media, Mr. President. Citizens of this country, Mr. President, will recall during the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, this government, through the Ministry of Health, met daily, Mr. President. It was even our Prime Minister met daily with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, with the media, Mr. President, to provide updates. And we subjected ourselves as a government to the scrutiny of the media, Mr. President. This government on a weekly basis, Mr. President, also till today continue to allow itself, whether it's a post-cabinet press conference, whether it is after whether it is after there is an engagement or some major happening in Trinidad and Tobago, our Prime Minister is known for subjecting himself to the media. Our government ministers, members of cabinet consistently does that, Mr. President. So clearly that statement made by Senator Lutchmedial as it relates to the media and our relationship with the media, Mr. President, is furthest from the truth. A second point I want to briefly address that Senator Lutchmedial made in her motion was government sought to frustrate access to the freedom of information. Mr. President, how coincidental it is that 99% of the freedom of information requests are spearheaded by the same individual led by a previous Attorney General, Mr. President, in this country. There's one individual in this country that almost 99% of the freedom of information applications, and I can say that because I've had the opportunity to see some of those applications that particularly come to the Office of the Attorney General. And almost 99% of it comes from the same individual who is represented by a previous Attorney General, Mr. President. And, Mr. President, I recall for my time in office, as I said before, in 2022, there were a slew of requests for the Office of the Attorney General for over a 6-month period by the same individual utilizing this freedom of information. And yes, the freedom of information is important. Yes, it is important for our citizens to have access to the filing cabinets. And mind you, that was a statement made by the previous Attorney General that I have made reference to have access to the cabinets offices of Trinidad and Tobago. But there's another thing that we have to bear in mind, which is the abuse of that same piece of legislation that the senator refers to, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Lutchmedial also said government has diluted important legislation, and that would naturally require special majority to amend. But again, Mr. President, the opposition stated very early in their tenure as the opposition again, that they were never going to support any bill brought by this government, Mr. President, that required special majority. And if that is a very dangerous statement for any opposition to make from the get-go of sitting on that side. And they have made that statement. And as a consequence of that, Mr. President, as a consequence of that, what has this government done? We cannot wait sometimes, Mr. President, just to get the support of the opposition. So sometimes we have to review legislation with the intention of getting the support with the intention of passing those bills to bring about the necessary the necessary changes that we want in our society. And sometimes it does require us, Mr. President, looking at those, reviewing that legislation, reviewing special majority principles, issues that may rise in the legislation, and withdrawing it simply because from the get-go...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the get-go, we know they made it very clear, the opposition made it very clear that they were never going to support this government legislatively. And a fifth point that Senator Lutchmedial made was that government has weakened vital institutions, particularly the Office of the Procurement Regulator, and I believe it is necessary to clear that record. Mr. President, if I may place on the record, the OPR was established in 2018 to be the watchdog of procurement for public bodies, with the process like tenders, contract management, and supply of goods, works, and services. It also required, Mr. President, to investigate any wrongdoing and to take the necessary steps to nullify contracts. Mr. President, the main aim is to clamp down on bad practices in procurement and the disposal of public property. Mr. President, the OPR to date under this administration has met with more than 300 organizations, Mr. President, and we continue as a government to support the independence, Mr. President, of the OPR. And if my memory serves me right, I remember it was the same head of the OPR when that appointment was being made, that high public officer, the kind of bacchanal that happened in this court, the kind of disparaging statements again that was made about this individual by the same 6 senators, Mr. President, who comes here and speaks to us about having respect for those who hold high public offices, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the point of the DPP, very briefly, Senator Lutchmedial speaks about this government attack on the DPP. Mr. President, under the Public Sector Investment Program 2024, and I have to read into the record, particularly under the administration providing modern, safe public buildings, the provision of accommodation of the Director of Public Prosecution North Office, Mr. President, advanced to 96% completion. And I'm just reading it off the record, Mr. President. The sum of 16.0 million was allocated, of which a total of 8.2 million was expended. Mr. President, further to this about and Mr. President, if I may just, because I know time is against me, the point that I want to simply make, Mr. President, is our government continues to stand supporting all of these offices, Mr. President. We have not starved independent offices of resources, Mr. President. What we have to do as a government, of course, is work with the resources that we do have, but it has never been an intention, certainly during my tenure sitting as a minister in the Ministry of the Office of the Attorney General. I say it for the public, and I will continue to say it without fear of contradiction. I have the world of respect for the Director of Public Prosecution. I want to even go as far as saying I have a good working relationship with the Director of the Public the DPP. And Mr. President, I know our Attorney General has continued, since he took office, to work with the office as we continue to outfit and give the DPP all of the resources that is required, Mr. President. Mr. President, so Mr. President, briefly too, if we look at legislation, the Police Complaints Authority Act number 8 of 2006, Mr. President, this was an act that was passed under the PNM in March 2006. It was an act in which, again, we supported legislatively, Mr. President, independent arms of the state. Mr. President, the Hansard reports relative to debates on the bill which eventually led to the passage of the Police Complaints Authority Act, Chapter 1501, hereinafter referred to as the PCA Act, that again represented, Mr. President, a meeting of the minds of the then Prime Minister, Mr. Patrick Manning, and the leader of the opposition at that time, Mr. Basdeo Pandey, Mr. President. And together we saw leaders working together in order to support democracy and to support, the principle of the separation of powers, not like the current incarnation of the opposition, Mr. President, who will come again and again and speak to us, the government, about our shortcomings, who will come and speak to us, and when they themselves are on the record, whether publicly, whether it is on their Monday night forum, Mr. President, whether it is on their weekly meetings, whether it's publicly, whether it is in the parliament, Mr. President, they continuously come to this parliament. They continue to bring independent office holders into disrepute. Mr. President, as I conclude, I want to say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, your government, the People's National Movement, we stand committed, as we have always been, from the time of Dr. Eric Williams, to the time of George Chambers, to the time of Mr. Manning, and now under the leadership of Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley, we continue to stand committed to the principle of democracy, Mr. President, and we believe in the separation of powers. And I ask the Senator, as I conclude, to withdraw this frivolous motion, Mr. President. With those few words, I thank you.
Senator Maharaj.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial for putting up for discussion our democracy and our constitution, of which there could never be enough discussion. We are a work in progress in this country. And while we might be detained by immediate issues and events and incidents, the larger issue of the Constitution and the quality of our democracy requires continuous conversation, finessing, talking. And so I thank her for this. Personally, I would affirm and reaffirm my commitment to democracy every day, given the chance, every hour of the day. However, the issue that I have the greatest challenge with in the motion is in the preamble, where it says that the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago entrenches the principle of the separation of powers between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. I am not convinced that that principle is entrenched in the Constitution. What I see is it is written and presented as separate. We have the Parliament, we have the executive and the judiciary, and there is it is implied as separate. But the separation of powers is a very precise doctrine developed by the French political thinker Montesquieu, and it is the most famous example of it is the American system, the American Constitution, where the president has no presence. He does not sit at all in the legislature, in the Congress. He is completely, there's a Chinese wall, and the judiciary is completely separate. So that system is a very defined system. There is no, unlike our system, where the Prime Minister is the head of the cabinet, he sits in the Parliament as the head of the majority party, with the consequence that the government does influence the agenda. It's a mover of the agenda in the Parliament. That's a fact. That's not a criticism. That is the design is that way. And there are certain clauses in our Constitution where, for example, the Judicial and Legal Service Commission having selected persons for several senior offices, must submit that list to the Prime Minister, and if he doesn't agree, they will not be appointed. That is a system that has often been referred to as Whitehall Westminster. It's a variant of the Westminster system. It is not exactly what occurs at Westminster, but we have to look at our own history to understand that this is what our Constitution has evolved to be over time, and as I said, it is a work in progress. It has not been perfect. Democracy has always been a challenge for us. In the 61 years of independence, going on to 62, we have had revolution, people unhappy with governance getting on the street. We have had an attempted coup. We have had a Public Order Act. We have had Industrial Stabilization Act of workers heavily sanctioned. We have had, governments have had to withdraw those legislation in the face of enormous public disaffection. We have had Section 34. We've had relentless attack on the media. There is no government that has resisted the temptation to bring the media to heel because of its role as its independence. And it is at its most, that I want to make the point that we are at the most dangerous point in terms of that institution, that constitutional institution of the media, given the role that technology is now playing as a massive asset to the undermining. There is a process, an ongoing process of a weakening of the media. There are huge technological challenges that the media themselves, the media itself as an institution, has not stood up to, has not prepared for, and is paying the price for. But that weakening is further, its power and its ability to do its job is further eroded by the power that is multiplied across the society through the trolling and relentless attacks on journalists, including especially female journalists. But that is for another day. We've had almost every government has come up against the challenge of how do we make this constitution work so that the government can get its agenda through. Sometimes the challenge is an institution that is set up, that it can't get passed. Sometimes it is the judiciary. Sometimes it is, in Parliament, the opposition. And the instinct, and I would say it is the baser instinct, is not to get to what is the fundamental problem here that is throwing up this difficulty for governance, but to resort to politicizing and name-calling, that gets us nowhere, really. So that this motion, if we were to use it as an opportunity to address the constitutional conflicts and what I called the other day, conundrums within the Constitution, it will serve us well to pull away from the immediacy of political conflict and attempt to get to the root of the problem. As we all know, there is a constitution reform exercise underway, and I have already said I don't have much hope for that because I don't think it is constructed in a way to engage the public from a bottom-up approach, which I think is the only thing that will make a difference from a succession of failed initiatives. Notwithstanding that, however, we need to look at how power is divided. How do we balance? What we have here is a balance of interests, a balance of power as opposed to a separation of power. We don't have that powerful check that the Americans have And it's so powerful sometimes that the gridlock it creates stops everything. And sometimes the British look on and they say, you see why our system is better than the American system? Look at the American system, can get nothing done. In fact, in the heart of the so-called biggest democracy, greatest democracy in the world, there is plenty of trouble. And all over the world, democracy is in retreat, and there's a rise of fundamentalist forces, because when democracy is under pressure and cannot find answers and cannot hold people start to look for saviors. Who will call it? Who will save us? And that is a real threat for us, because if we were to ask ourselves what were the forces that carried this country to the brink of a coup in 1990, and we remember what the environment was like, the pounding of pavements, everyone, they were all the public servants at the time, the opposition, which was the People's National Movement, all the forces, they call them the Summit of People's Organizations, and they could not break through the government system, the system of governments, to have their problems addressed, their concerns addressed, and another entity saw opportunity. And they actually assumed that when they had their attempted coup, they thought everybody would come and support them. They didn't want Trinis. People went home, right? And they phoned each other. But if your democracy is not working, you open up yourself. I am seeing it in Trinidad right now. Crime is at the point where people are going to welcome a strong man. The strongman politics, we are getting ourselves primed for that. So we have to address the problem of the quality of our democracy and the effectiveness of our institutions. It's not enough to say we have all these institutions, they sound good. We have Integrity Commission, we have this, we have that. Are they working? Or is the logjam there creating more and more problems that the government, no matter which government, they get into the point of being so stymied and cannot carry through their agenda that they have to find alternative means and short-circuit the process, and then they land up before the court. And the court, as we note, and as is often said, the judiciary doesn't make laws. They interpret the laws. Parliament makes the laws. Parliament and the government sets policy. Parliament makes the laws. The judiciary interprets, and very often the judiciary is left to fill in the gaps of the laws that are passed in the Parliament, sometimes that we don't see until later. And there's a lot of room for a serious, engaged, across the aisle discussion on constitution reform to deliver on our aspirations for a democratic society that adheres and is consistent with the provisions, the preamble of the Constitution, and the rights that our Constitution gives us. We cannot be so casual about eroding our own rights, right? We have to think very hard before we agree on any occasion. And the government is in a very, not only this government, every government in recent memory, they're in a very invidious position, because unable to work across the aisle, all that you can get is legislation with a simple majority, and a good example was local government reform, right? You have to be able to convince each other. We have to be able to talk across party lines in the national interest, and in the interest of the people out there. They are depending. We have a system, there is no doubt, government has, of the partners, government is the strongest in terms of the amount of power. We understand why. As I've made the point before, Trinidad's trajectory towards democracy is very different from Tobago's. Tobago had an assembly long before. They had a planter assembly. They were practicing the discussion of interests. We came very late to the game, and we have the very dubious experience of being the first pure crown colony in the British Empire, pure crown colony where all the power was in the governor. There was no, in fact, next year would be just 100 years since we had a partial election where certain people with certain property and land and money and so on, 1925, the first, I think 5% of the population only voted. That same thing was applicable in Barbados and Jamaica since the 17th century. We are new and we have to have a little patience with ourselves and a little humility to understand the seriousness of the responsibility that is on our laps to carry to the next generation. The world is an increasingly dangerous space. And I'm not only talking about geopolitics, which is on our doorstep. Look at what happened last week between Israel and Iran. And people were saying it could have happened, that missile, went to an area that has nuclear capability, as probably a warning to say we could reach as close as that. What would have happened? We have climate change coming. Look at the weather that is being unleashed across the world. There are young people today. The world that we think we're bringing up our children in is not the world they're going to grow up in. Any one of our children or grandchildren could become climate refugees. Look at the weather that we ourselves are experiencing. So we have to get to this task, understand that a constitution describes what is the world, ideal world that we would like to be in, and what are the measures, how do you structure something that achieves that? And we want to live in a democratic world where everybody feels represented. And I'm saying that this constitution is far from ideal, but it is a work in progress. And as long as we are all here, there's the opportunity to keep working and working on it. The problem, though, is that it inherently pits the three elements against each other. And we have to resist that temptation, knowing that it could draw us in. We have to resist that. In this case, we have to be open to question. Let's take any of the issues that the senator raised, and the Prime Minister's comments on the integrity, the chairman of the Integrity Commission, required his feelings about that required more than an iota of wisdom. A Prime Minister is an extremely powerful figure with hundreds of thousands of supporters. His words carries weight with a large section of the population. The other part of the country, whether what he says is accurate, will not want to listen to it because they don't support him. What he had was an issue. He had a genuine issue, and the chairman had a genuine issue. From what I've read, and I can only go with what is in the newspaper, there's been no official report from either side. Seems that there was a conflict between some staff who argued that they were public servants and they had to have the cabinet approval, and his position was that he's an independent. His office is independent. That's guaranteed confusion right there. And it spills out as bacchanal and confusion between individuals. But what it is, it's a constitutional conundrum, right? And so I think if this motion opens up a little opportunity for greater consideration of how we might carry this process of a more responsive constitution that does not derail our efforts at effective government, I think it would be worth its value in being here. I have no problem with the senator presenting what seems to be a repetition, because actually, if you go back in history, you could bring that motion every time related to current events. However, we need to get above the events and try to understand what is the source of dysfunction. And the source of dysfunction, like I say, the sin is in the Constitution. We have neither fish nor fowl. Look at what happens when a government nominates a person for the presidency, and then that person is in office, and that government loses office or loses an election, and another government comes in. We have problems. The continuity that one needs to have between prime minister and president at that stage, we have had the experience. How does it work? And how does it work when so much is said, so difficult, and sometimes all people do is wait for a change, wait for the term to end and install their person. We can't be wasting time like that, but the problem is the Constitution, right? The problem is not politicians will quarrel and all of that, but the problem is there's a constitutional requirement there to clarify that. And those are the questions, I think, that as long as the president is consistent, is the person who is, it's easy. When there's a change, it becomes hard. We don't want that. We want effective governance. And so we need a very serious discussion here. And I look forward to anyone who follows me to bring more than I have brought to this discussion. Thank you.
Senator Nakhid.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, this motion can be summed up a simple sentence, and that is, how much do we value our democracy? That's what this whole motion can be summed up in. And when we look at democracy, it brings us the etymology of that word. Demos, kratos, people, rule, or people power. Kratos is subject to sometimes different definitions. But demos, kratos, in a polysemantico. It's very important. Remember that as my submission continues. In the absence of demos kratos, you have the word that appears, tyrannikos. Tyrannikos simply means what is an illegitimate ruler. So in the absence of democracy, what appears is someone, even if elected, has made himself illegitimate. And that is important. So I was expecting, as Senator Maharaj said, on such an important motion that, like the motion brought by Senator Vera yesterday, can advance the whole discussion about where we are, because we are not in a good place. Who says differently, and they will say differently, the PNM, because after 62 years, there seems to be a kind of intellectual inbreeding going on that side. It's an inability to get beyond that bubble that they are in. And what could be more exemplified by intellectual inbreeding than that submission from Senator Sagramsingh-Sooklal? Which brings me to another origin of a Greek word, hysteria, which means starvation, salust. And I think somebody should be giving out some sandwiches on that side, because obviously brain cells tend to die when we starve ourselves. The first thing that goes is your brain cells. People think it's your physical, no, it's your brain cells. So that contribution by the Honorable Senator had me thinking, how should I address it? Should I reply with hysteria? No. I had to refer to my life experience, as I normally do. I had two coaches, one in Europe, we are familiar with, Leo Ben-Hacker, and one, my favorite coach from Tobago, Bertil Sinclair. And they used to tell me, Nakhid, because of your combative personality, they will call for you when you have reached the pits. You're talking about the club, Bertil was talking about Trinidad and Tobago, and it turned out to be so. When we were in the deepest part, doldrums of our football, they would call. I would answer, and thank God I responded well, as evidenced by 3 Most Valuable Player awards. Yeah. And 2 National Player of the Year awards. Obviously, I was asked by this bench, after that contribution, that brought us to the deepest doldrums of the Senate since I've been here. Wow. Yeah. To lift that level again and bring us back on track to appropriately assist the Honorable Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial in this excellent motion. And I'm surprised by the learned attorney, Mr. President, because someone who is supposed to be versed in law should recognize that when you criticize an office holder, you do not criticize the office. That is utter rubbish. When you criticize an office holder who has gone against the principles of democracy, you're not criticizing the office. You are acting in the interest of democracy. And that is what it is about. If we, as the opposition, official opposition, or even the independents, we have the right, as well as they do, if a conscience exists on that side, when wrongdoing is done by any high office holder, to criticize it. Because it is the office holder who defines the office, not the other way around. And that is why I talk about this intellectual inbreeding on that side, unfortunately. I don't like to say it, because I came out, my family, out of the PNM. They can't talk PNM with me. They're mad. They can't talk PNM with me. They cannot. They cannot. My whole family, from Rudolph Charles, Auntie Georgie, Imelda Bascom, PNM, to the core. To the core. Desperados to our core. So when they want to talk about PAN, I know about PAN. And just to segue a little bit, because we had some comments in the course talk. When the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bissessa was in office, PAN men received in 2013 $1,000 per person in 2013. You know, once they come to get PAN men now, $500. And that happens as a result of a eroding democracy. Because when people are found in conflict of interest, they don't go and examine their conflict of interest. No. They ask the person who helped them with that conflict of interest, hey, what doing wrong? They say, no, you good. Take 70,000. I will not elaborate, because I like the fellow.
Stick up.
I like him.
Stick up here.
I like him. He's one of the people, few on that side, who make some sense.
That's why they keep him.
And the dog mighty waterfront trying all the chicken all the tourists.
I like him too. He's a good fellow.
So when we go back to that submission, which I'm responding to, and the Honorable Senator spoke about my utterances, not in Parliament hiding behind privilege, in the open, unafraid, fearless, as the Honorable Senator John liked to say. Fearless. You know why? Wrongdoing was done. From the highest office holders in the country. I supposed to keep quiet? In the interest of Demos Kratos? No. I will speak. Egidikyo. I have right. I have right to speak. as well as anybody else, Harvard, chairman of the Integrity Commission, anybody, they have a right to speak in the interest of Demos Kratos, democracy. The Honorable Senator was saying, no. She made blanket, the Honorable, sorry, not she, as she will say all the time. The minister, junior minister, stated several times with a blanket condemnation that if we criticize a public office holder, high or not, that was somehow wrong. Utter rubbish. Utter rubbish. And this woman, a supposedly learned attorney, eyewitness, and was admitted to by the member for Diego Martin West that it was him who intercepted Emeritus. We have all established. We know that. We know that to be undermining of the Constitution. The very rock stone base of our democracy. What we are talking about. And this was a woman, as the record will show, my statements. I was full in support of that office holder because she represented for me my mother and grandmother, black women who had achieved. I always speak about this with Senator John. A black woman who had achieved, who allowed herself to be bullied into undermining the Constitution. Of course, I would make whatever utterance I would make because wrongdoing was done. As a matter of fact, that was criminal wrongdoing. And then, for the so-called second highest office holder to come and admit it, shows what? Tyrannicos. You have thereby, after undermining the Constitution and breaking the law, you have made yourself illegitimate. I'm going according to the etymology of the terms. This is important. Remember, linguistics plays a part in how we understand and explain things. In the absence of democracy, whether it be a flawed democracy or not, you cannot break the law. You cannot say, take it upon yourself. Well, I don't like this one. I hear something from somebody, or we have evidence of somebody. So you know what? I take it upon myself to abuse the process, bypass the process, bypass the Constitution that we exist and live by, and intercept a merit list. What utter madness is that? And they come here to talk about personalities, what I say. I was completely correct in what I said, and I don't regret it one bit. A woman that I looked up to, as I did my mother and grandmother, who came from the hills of Lavantil, who faced enormous obstacles because she married a Lebanese man. You imagine that? Lebanese man. Imagine that in those times. Imagine that. Imagine that. The opposition to that. So I admired them, and they could bring themselves, became the highest nurse in the land. Imagine if two little black boys from Lavender had broken the law, justified or not. They want to feed their families. In doing so, they confront somebody, beat them up, assault and battery in jail. What we would have said? They have no right to do that. Let them find a job. Yet we have two of the highest office holders, as comfortable as you like, in a nation ridden with crime, 24/7 security, processes of democracy at hand, all parliament buildings, nice. It was in Lincoln today, but nice. Everything good. To come and ventilate whatever problems they have here in front of these fine people. And you went and break the law. And you come to defend that? Rubbish. Utter madness. Wrong is wrong and right is right. Yes. And you know, Mr. Vice President, it was particularly painful, Mr. President, it was particularly painful the lack of understanding of the role of the opposition. Because they spoke about our honorable political leader, the opposition leader, Kamala Prasad-Bisesa. They mentioned that and how she attacked the head of the Integrity Commission. And so. That was painful for me to hear. Why? Because I'm not one to believe that coincidences are a part of life. I don't believe in it. They might have certain coincidences, but when things take a certain pattern, we like to say when there's a track record, we just say there's a track record, but what does a track record mean? When somebody exhibits a certain track record of something, it means something. There's a historical pattern of behavior that defines what he does. Correct? Yes. Very correct. Very correct. So when the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bisesa saw that an Integrity Commission had a member for Diego Martin West on the investigation, and he came out and spoke about it, was that the same as me criticizing wrongdoing admitted to? No. That's somebody doing their job. They didn't criticize that. That is somebody doing their job. That person was doing a job. Contract not renewed. I'll make no suppositions as to why that didn't happen. It was not renewed. Who came in? A neighbor of another high office holder. When we look at all the boards, and I've given you the pattern here, the track record that I alluded to, Mr. President. So you'll see that there's a pattern almost incestuous, and then we have to question, well, there's more in the mortar than the pestle. Because if we see friends and family showing up on critical boards, critical commissions, and they all seem to be related in one way or another to the people that make those final decisions. In a democracy, shouldn't we at least be able to question that, like the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bisesa did? That is exactly what she did. So they come here and talk about Kamala Prasad-Bisesa, Honorable SC, as if somehow no public office holder should be questioned, even if there's obvious wrongdoing, or even what we call the perception of wrongdoing. And as we know, in governance, sometimes perception is everything, if not everything. So I thought after that submission by Senator Sagramsingh-Sooklal.
Member, just a reminder, have a seat. Just a reminder, we use the titles of the members of parliament that we're referring to. So I noticed you were using the opposition leader's actual name and also the senator's actual name. So it's the minister in the ministry in the office of the Attorney General, sorry, and the leader of the opposition.
Okay. Guided, thank you so much. So, Minister in the office of the Attorney General, who hasn't spoken in quite a while. I think this Attorney General is onto something.
Smarter than the last one.
And I had to ask myself, what was the reason for this outburst, this bout of hysteria? You know, so I quickly, I like to find all these things. I don't just want to come and talk about it. I want to find a solution. They used to call me the solution maker. In the football, as the playmaker, I had to find the solution. The defense tight, I had to open them up. Slip the ball, Dwight York could score. Your boy from Tobago. So I finding the solution. Yeah, after that hysterical goes there, we had to get some comedy.
Not enough comedy today.
Bring some sanity.
And I found the perfect quote. Whatever exterior exists is inflamed by propaganda, innuendo, secrecy. The remedy, the solution to that, is hard and exact facts. So when I bring to you now the facts of everything I've told you, how the two highest office holders undermine the Constitution, and when we attack them, it's not the office, it's the office holder. If they had done no wrong, then what those utterances I made against these office holders would have applied to me. But it clearly doesn't. I was never sued. Because truth is a
Stubborn thing.
facts are stubborn things, truth is a defense. I spoke the truth. They undermined the Constitution. And there was even more. I'll tell you why. There's also a quote. Otan tyrannicus telina canicati in a poli discolo na stamate. It means in Greek, in English, when a tyrant begins to erode democracy, one step at a time, he becomes impossible to stop. And that's what we have here. Because the honorable member for Diego Martin Wentz didn't stop there. He went on. He went on. Not only criticizing the head of the Integrity Commission, whose contract was not renewed, a friend of another high office holder brought in. He attacked the DPP, as was stated before by Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial. Things unheard of in this country before. And I want you to see the pattern, Mr. President. Remember what I just said to you in Greek, translated in English? When that snowball begins, erosion of democracy, one rule at a time, it becomes almost impossible to stop. So when the honorable member for Diego Martin West, and we have the case of the indemnity that could never have been commissioned without the head of the cabinet, which the DPP himself distanced himself from.
On a point of order, I believe that matter might be sub judice.
Okay, so if the matter is indeed before or being adjudicated upon by the judiciary, then yes, it would be sub judice. So I'd ask you to just skip over and move forward.
It's not sub judice. It's not sub judice.
I've been informed by a genuine attorney in the room that it is not. So I depend on her solid advice. It was just another step to target political opponents. And that's our point here. That's why this motion was brought. We have seen a consistent erosion of our democracy. So when we say the words like different institutions and all of that, it goes back to how much we, as a people, value our democracy. That is all this motion is about. How much do we value our democracy? If we want to take the stance that this side took, or are taking presently, exemplified by the minister in the office of the Attorney General, then clearly they're not serious about it. And it makes me wonder, is it only because the opposition brought that motion? Because I posit to this August chamber, had Senator Vera, I could call his name. Had Senator Vera brought this motion, the reaction would have been significantly different. What was the big difference between that excellent motion brought yesterday by him and what we bring now? What he spoke about that commission of inquiry speaks also to democracy and to what we should aspire to. And so does this motion. Clearly, things are not right in Gotham. This is a country beset by crime. Beset by crime. It doesn't happen just so. And you cannot keep addressing that by saying it could have been worse. We heard that today from the Honorable Minister of National Security. We heard from the Honorable Minister of Honorable Member for Diego Martin West. And it's something like it's a mantra now from this PNM government. It could be worse. It could have been worse. It will happen. We made contracts. And all of this points to when we allow that first chip away at that rock, that boulder of democracy, that ethos that we should coalesce around, from the time that first chip occurs, they will take behind us. And that is where we are. So I will hope in the contributions that might follow, it will not try to deflect, because all we saw from the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General was an attempt to deflect. Probably, and it was well done. We had to take a break. You know, it was, the whole Senate was in uproar. We were astounded. We were amazed.
Shocked even.
Shocked even. We couldn't believe that was what was transpiring before us. That somebody could take us down into that rabbit hole. But we survived it thanks to your excellent guidance, Mr. So, Mr. President, when we speak about the undermining of our institutions, and I would like to bring it back to this point. Even what has happened, the tragic passing of those babies, it's because when that tyrannicus, that tyrant, and I'm speaking about in the strictest Greek terms of the name, of the word tyrannicus, when that illegitimate ruler, who made himself illegitimate, remember that? He has been elected, but he made himself illegitimate because of his actions against democracy. Thereby, he feels, even when certain people under his influence, under his control, as Senator Maharaj says, the Prime Minister has enormous powers. He's blessed with enormous powers. So when he himself knows that the people he has put in certain positions are not adequate, and remember those people are in positions that affect lives, Minister of National Security, Minister of Health, but when you feel yourself having survived, gleefully so, having survived that chip away at democracy, the first time, the second time, the third time, you become impervious to what demos, the people, have to say to you. So 1 and 2 and 3 mistakes add to what we have. It doesn't happen just like that. 11 and 12 babies dying like that. It doesn't just happen like that. I don't want to refer to my quote from yesterday. Either we're evil or we're stupid. No. It happens because of a process that we witnessed, we allowed to happen. Whether we were silent, whether we didn't have enough power, and that is what has happened. So the Minister of Health, the Minister of National Security, are not there by accident. They are not creatures of happenstance. They are creatures of design. Because the person who's in charge of them, in control of them, has done nothing. Because he feels himself impervious to the cries of the nation. Your Minister of Health, your Minister of National Security are not good enough, incompetent and inefficient, and you have done nothing because you feel yourself above. You have become tyrannicus. It is important to remember, Mr. President, that democracy, Demos Kratos, is a moving thing. These are not terms set in stone, in concrete. It's something we have to be guardians of all the time. All the time. And that's where we are, the United National Congress. And I'll say also the independent senators. We have to be the guardians of democracy. Because we all know power corrupts, absolutely, and all those things we like to say. So who are the ones to guard us from somebody reaching that stage of illegitimacy? We are. They will not like it. They can criticize it. But for God's sake, Mr. President, criticize it with some sense. Criticize it with some reasoning. With some intelligence. Not with hysteria, oh gosh, not with hysteria. And that's what we had. So in pushing this motion forward, Mr. President, the UNC, led by the Honorable Opposition Leader, we believe that this government has no intention. But we have to ask because we are democratic. We are not ones to come and shouting all over the place. We have asked in this motion for them to examine, to have a look. And I will challenge them to say here, who shouts without reason? Who shouts without reason? I wish I could shout and get $70,000 too. We truly believe, Mr. President, in all seriousness, that this is a motion that should be supported. That this is a motion, if they are serious, and I know they are not, but we have to ask because we are Demos Kratos. We are democracy. If they, for once in their 62 years, because, oh gosh, and I didn't want to get into it, but I have to remind, the Honorable Minister in the Office of Attorney General went at length to speak about Dr. Eric Williams and the history of his love for democracy and how one race shouldn't override another race. And I was thinking, what time in that speech he spoke about the recalcitrant minority? At what point in that speech, that phrase that became a stain on our national conscience, at what point in time that was mentioned? Easy to have beautiful flowing words and not mean any of it. Not mean any of it. Because you know why? Even if he disregarding the so-called recalcitrant minority, even the people who supported them for 62 years, including my people, they have not done well under this government. They are fared poorly. And if one group of people should be a litmus test for this incompetent, inefficient government, especially the last 9 years, it should be the hills of Lavantil. Ask them about Demos Kratos under this government. Ask them how the member for Diego Martins West version of Demos Kratos has benefited them. or the people in the zone in Tinapuna, or Bitam, or Silats. They haven't done well. Who has done well? If Demos Kratos, the people rule, was of interest to them, we wouldn't see certain sectors of the society doing extremely well, while the others fall through the cracks. However flawed that democracy might be, because it's the best we have. Nobody says democracy has to be perfect. I just said democracy always has interchangeable parts moving, amending this legislation. They have done nothing. They do not care about Demos Kratos, except by their tongues. Words, else we would not be in this place we are. So, Mr. President, I thank you for allowing me to address this august chamber. I thank my colleagues in supposition of whatever they might offer from this side. And I can only hope for the benefit of our sanity that they come with a presentation much better than that heard before. I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I wish to return to the spirit of camaraderie and kumbaya. Coming after Senator Nakhid, I was trying to make some notes to see what I could, of course, comment on. But apart from his recital of Greek and its translation into the English language, I really don't think anything he said was of critical importance. Save and accept. He said something startling. And I really can't understand it. I think I have to do some research. I remember in history of kings speaking about themselves in the third person. I also remember a particular king, I think he was a French king, said famously that I am the state and the state is me. So when Senator Nakhid speaks and tries to explain his behavior as he is not criticizing the office, he is criticizing the person who holds the office, it has totally confused me. I'm not sure if the senator sees in double. But it confuses me. Because what is the distinction? Is the senator in his, of course, disparaging remarks, separating the person and identifying the person by their name and their ID card as separate and distinct from the office? You can't do that. And the reason why your remarks have been taken at length and challenged by the Honorable Senator in the Ministry of the Attorney General, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General, is because your statements too don't come from David Nakhid simpliciter, forgive me, Mr. President. They come from Senator David Nakhid. You cannot separate the two. People on the outside do not see that separation. What they see is Senator David Nakhid, a member of the legislature, having taken oath and appointed to be here, properly so, disparagingly insulting very high office holders in this land. That is what people see. And, Mr. President, I have no problem because they are the opposition, and oppositions are supposed to oppose. We believe reasonably so, but they believe unreasonably so. You take debate, you take and challenge matters for debate. If the person has said something, or if the person has done something, you debate those matters and you give your point of view. But there is absolutely no reason to be so disparaging to office holders in this land. And what Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General was trying to get across to them, it went all over their heads, is that your very criticisms and treatment in the public space of those high offices with their office holders in them seeks to undermine our democracy. And that is the point. There's a thing I've read about it a long time, called cognitive dissonance. And that is where, persons try to come up with all of these diverse reasons in justifying and explaining their behavior. No, through you, Mr. President, to Senator Nakhid. You ought not to have spoken in that way. Take issue, debate. That's what a healthy, constitutional, parliamentary democracy is all about. You debate matters. But you don't speak in that way. That is what we in Trinidad and Tobago call gutter politics. Not in your high office. But, of course, we now understand his cognitive dissonance or his reasoning as to why he is doing what he is doing. So let me just touch on the motion. And I'll go through the motion because I too have some issues with the motion. So in the preamble, we speak about, whereas the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago entrenches the principle of the separation of powers between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, which ensures the protection of citizens and a system of checks and balances in the exercise of power. I agree with that. It does. I don't agree with, and I take issue with Senator Maharaj's argument. We're not the United States. The United States has 220, 250 million persons. They can afford to have a distinct and completely separate branches of government. We can't. Not even England can. We cannot. We understand and we recognize, and jurists have spoken about it for a very long time, that there is some interplay between some of the branches of government. But of course, the biggest China wall goes up where the judiciary is concerned. There is an interplay. The second part deals with, and whereas the Constitution provides protection to all constitutionally enshrined offices and institutions. Yes, what Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial is speaking about here is what is referred to as intra, I-N-T-R-A, intra-branch separation. It occurs within the judiciary and it occurs in the executive, where it is desirable by the constitutional framers that there are certain offices and there are certain functions that must be kept independent and separate. Of course, we know with respect to the service commissions, they are insulated from the political directorate, and as well the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution, the EBC, and there are others. Whereas the actions of the government in its engagement with constitutionally enshrined offices and institutions have caused public unease. Now, on the last occasion, when we discussed this matter, Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial admitted that she brought the motion as widely as possible to have a fulsome debate and fulsome discussion on the matters under consideration. And I have an issue with the word government here, because you've introduced the motion speaking about the separation of powers. When you talk about the separation of powers, you talk about the separation of powers and functions of government of a state into 3 separate branches. That's when you talk about separation of powers. You talk about the Constitution, you talk about the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. You're talking about the separation of powers of the government of a state. So in my presentation, I would like to deal with that interpretation of government. Because government, Mr. President, has different meanings to different people. And there are some sleight of hand maneuvers that members of the opposition, commentators in society, use when describing what is the government. Now, listening to Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial and Senator Nakhid, what they mean by the word government is really the political directorate. If I listen to Senator Sunity Maharaj's presentation, I interpret your presentation as you're talking about government in a wider sense. And that is where I would like to deal with things. And therefore, when we are talking about reaffirming the government to its commitment to the principles and practice of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago, I have no issue with that. We have never departed in our government from the principles of democracy, but certainly somebody in this legislature, the opposition, they always depart from the principles of democracy. And I'll go into to demonstrate that. So let's talk about what is democracy. Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial did not go into what is democracy. I know it might be trite for you, but we're talking to the national community. You have to define what is democracy, especially having regard to listening, Demos Kratos, Senator Nakhid contribution, where, cognitive dissonance was on display. So very simply, democracy, as Senator Maharaj said, is the most successful political idea in the world. Democracy allows ordinary people a decisive say in who governs a country and how they govern it. It is based on a system of government by all citizens of a country, typically exercised through elected representative. Although there are many aspects to democracy, we look at 6 key features. When these 6 main features are present, it indicates a strong democracy. They are: respect for basic human rights, like the right to privacy, a multi-party political system paired with political tolerance, a democratic voting system, which means free and fair elections. The respect for the rule of law. Rule of law meaning the obedience of the rules and, of course, the enforcement of the rules. Democratic governance and citizen participation. Now, Senator Lutchmedial spoke, and in a carbon copy to the last presentation, Senator Lutchmedial spoke of a rule of law survey. And without an ounce of shame, she went on to speak that compared to the regional counterparts, and I'm directly quoting from Senator's last contribution, which is applicable today, compared to their regional counterparts, respondents in Trinidad and Tobago most often felt that top government officials attacked or attempt to discredit. Would you like to say something? Would you like to say something? Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, could the member indicate whether or not there has been any change or any further follow-up on that particular rule of law survey that would make it the information that has been presented here today different from the information that was presented on the last occasion?
I apologize for giving way, Mr. President. I didn't mean to waste your time nor mine. Mr. President, I am simply saying that I am quoting from what you said in 2023, which was the same thing that you said today. Whether there was a change or not, I'm simply saying that, Mr. President, I'm speaking to you. But listen to it. With a very, very straight face, the Honorable Senator said, top government officials resort to misinformation to shape public opinion in their favor. Attack or attempt to discredit the electoral system and other supervisory organs, seek to influence the promotion and removal of judges. Mr. President, I mean, I don't even have to repeat it, but when you listen to the Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and her presentation, everything here, all of the questions in this survey, or the report rather, of this survey, everything is what the opposition, the UNC, is guilty of. Every single one of them. And the member went on to demonstrate it. I want to touch on this matter with the DPP. And, Mr. President, let me state again that there is no issue in engaging in public discourse. Where the matter of the rental and the non-accommodation of a building costing the taxpayers $30 million over a 3-year period, rental costs and outfitting costs, and where there existed an impasse that the Director of Public Prosecutions refused to move into that building, notwithstanding the process of acquiring the building, signing a lease to the building, outfitting the building, and fast forward to 2023, notwithstanding that entire process being started in 2014 when a non-objection letter, and it is on the record, signed by the Director of Public Prosecutions, That matter of a $30 million and a prime minister who is responsible to the people of Trinidad and Tobago who elected them, responsible to discuss that matter with the people of Trinidad and Tobago and put on the record the government's position, that is not attacking the office of the DPP. That is nothing compared to what Senator Roberts, Senator Nakhid, Senator Mark, and the leader of the opposition does. They go into people's families. You are engaging in public discourse about a matter of national public importance. On the one hand, you have someone complaining that they are under-resourced and that the building that they're presently in cannot accommodate the human resources necessary to do an efficient job at that office. But on the other hand, you're refusing to move into a building, notwithstanding the process started 2014, and the only objections started in what, 2021, 2022? That is a matter that the public needs to know. And it brings into question, Mr. President, not just intra-branch separation and independence within the executive branch of government, but it also brings about the question of intra-branch accountability. Who is the DPP accountable to? The Judicial and Legal Services Commission? As a matter of fact, when the Director of Public Prosecution, through his attorney, entered into public discourse, the chairman of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission had to come out, was compelled to come out to say, hey, you never tell us that. We don't know anything about that. If we knew about issues relating to resources, we would have acted upon that. Senator Lutchmedial also went on to discuss matters taken in evidence in the Joint Select Committee on National Security. I am on that Joint Select Committee, and I sorely regret being absent on that day, Mr. President, because I had some questions to ask. When the Director of Public Prosecutions says, and I quote again from the Hansard in 2023, "Let me spectacularly highlight my situation. Some time ago, someone who occupied the chair of Attorney General had a conflict with someone who occupied the chair of the DPP. His second-year law, we did hearsay. I mean, I'm not sure if anybody on that committee challenged the statement. You just jump into your hearsay self and you brought matters of somebody say something to somebody else, and that wasn't challenged. Before the conflict crystallized, DPP office would have, Mr. President, I am tired of this excuse-making that members of the opposition and certain public office holders have in complaining about we don't have printer, we don't have scanner, we don't have ink. In a $50-something billion budget, we don't have printer, scanner, and I forgive Senator Lutchmedial, because Senator Lutchmedial has not been either in the House, well, not yet, in the House to examine the items of expenditure, or within a ministry, within a ministry, to understand how you apply and request and get releases. And the fact that at any point in time, there are releases in a ministry to spend. And you spend on matters that are urgent, if they are urgent, and you wire money. It's money management. You cannot come here and say that I don't have paper and scanner and ink and the complexion of my relationship with the Attorney General is what determines whether I get paper and pencil and pen and ink. That is what you call a cop-out. And I have the unfortunate distinction of, on joint select committees, calling people out on these excuses. It is a cop-out. Spare me. And when you examine the estimates of expenditure, yes, the DPP does not have a separate head of expenditure, but they have a separate section within the head of Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs called the Criminal Law Division. And I just glanced at it last night, and it is upwards of I'm talking about just the recurrent expenses. It's upwards of about 50 million or more. That is a cop-out. And it brings the question, Mr. President, this whole concept of intra-branch, not just independence, because as soon as somebody is asked to be accountable, or questions are asked in the public space, they jump and say, hey, separation of powers, constitutional, don't talk to me, I'm not answering the phone. As soon as, don't talk to me. But who holds them accountable? Because you talk about government here and you talk about you mean the political directorate, but when the fact of the matter is, the truth is, when somebody votes in a government, a cabinet, it is the Prime Minister and the members of cabinet, but more so, the Prime Minister who is held accountable. Members of cabinet are held accountable. And sometimes, Mr. President, it seems as though it's the only executive body held accountable. Because every 5 years, or now every 4 years, you just vote you out. But how do we hold office holders accountable? So let me deal with, of course, I should have dealt with this first, Mr. President. But let us deal with the elephant in the room. There's a big elephant in the room. And as we are on the matter of democracy, there's a big elephant in the room. Maybe there are a herd of elephants. There's a herd of elephants led by the member for Mayaro, the member for Shogunas West, the member for Komuto Manzanilla, and a host of other members on the outside. You know what's the biggest hypocrisy in this whole thing, Mr. President? Frontline members of the United National Congress are condemning the leader of the opposition and political leader of the United National Congress for upholding undemocratic principles in the United National Congress.
Seek your guidance here.
So, honorable senators, the entire contribution today has been centered around democracy. Senator, continue.
You see, Mr. President, for a strong functioning democracy, we need a strong opposition. For me, I will never get tired of winning, but surely they are tired of losing. But we need a strong functioning democracy, and therefore we need a strong functioning opposition. Not one that will go and denigrate people and their children and their families. You need persons to enter into good public discourse. I mean, it's good for democracy and it's good for the national community. It's good for Trinidad and Tobago. We need good public discourse. And therefore, we need a strong opposition. And here's what the member from Mayaro, lead elephant. Listen, I apologize if it was taken as being unkind. An elephant is a majestic animal, a very, very large brain, and is deified and worshipped. But in an article, a Loop article, March 22nd, 2024, Paré says if UNC internal elections are not held, the party will lose the next general election. And in the article itself, according to Paré, should the internal elections not be called when due, it's due in June, and it's due in June in accordance with the constitutional principles of the Constitution of the United National Congress, the voice of thousands of supporters would be left unheard. He said if the UNC is to lead the nation, the party must ensure that its own house is in order, and further issued a call for his colleagues to take a stand. Mr. President, I don't want to get into UNC business. I don't want to get into UNC business. But what I can tell you, Mr. President, is while it's about 4 or 5 of them, the elephants, they were not alone, you know. They were not alone. There was a set of them following and cheering, yeah, we need change, we need intergenerational change. And as the member of Superior cracked the whip, all the rats departed. All of them. But they left these 4. So let's go on to the member for Shogunas West. Now, the member for Shogunas West is a UNC lifetime member. Lifetime member. And in an article by Shivana Lal, Trinidad Express, April 13, 2024, the member for Shogunas West in a press conference said, he added, the present leadership was taking advantage of party loyalists to promote their own continuation in politics and perpetuating their own cult. That sounds like tyrannos to me. This, he said, was wreaking havoc among the trusting party supporters. He goes further. Rambali said there were party organs which operated under the direct and absolute control of Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa. That sounds like an autocracy. That sounds like dictatorship. Essentially, these groups only ask how high to jump when she says to jump. I would pay money to see you jump in those high heels, Senator John. He went on, I too expect to be called, and listen to this, I too expect to be called, I pause again. Mr. President, this is a frontline, lifetime member of the UNC speaking, That and the member for Mayaro, sitting in the House of Representatives, elected by the party to sit there and to do the parties. This is not Ramdial having lost her seat, coming out to speak. This is not Vasant Bara coming out to speak. This is not Dr. Devant Maharaj coming out. This is a frontline member sitting in the House of Representatives. So, what you see in the day, don't take candle to go and see in the night. I too expect to be called an agent or affiliate of the PNM, because that is what the present leadership does when it cannot process the truth. You hear the strategy coming out?
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
But you hear the strategy coming out, Mr. Thank you for that. You hear the strategy coming out? Anybody who disagrees with them, anybody who speaks and breaks out of the cult, anybody is branded a PNM agent. Anybody who speaks not in accordance with the gospel of the member for Saparia, anybody who speaks contrary to the gospel of the member for Saparia is branded a PNM. But then he says, but I am no PNM, so they can start to look for another excuse to explain me away. Mr. President, these are people from the bowels of the UNC saying this about their respect, their understanding for democratic principles. That is what people from the bowels of the UNC are saying. So if they're saying that, who is me? They shouldn't be bothered by Senator Sagramsingh-Sooklal, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General. They shouldn't be bothered by what the member just had to say. You should be bothered by Rushton, Rambali, Anita Haynes. Well, I was trying to get the 3 R's, but I forgot the member for Naparima. Rodney, the 3 R's. Rodney. No, Mr. President, I can't remember them because I am focusing on Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial for Naparima. That's what I am focusing on. So, Mr. President, there are many things that I wish to get into in treating with this motion. And it is not to focus on the members' simplicity and their behavior in this chamber and outside. But it is really to make the point that if, with respect to democracy, for example, the rule of law is one of the paramount principles, then, Senator Mark, you cannot stand in here and on the political platform and tell people, don't pay your property tax. When property tax is the law, you cannot stand and tell people because you are guilty, and the member for Saparia, you all are guilty of eroding the rule of law because people actually listen to you. Unfortunate as that is, people actually listen to them. You cannot undermine the one institution that provides for free and fair elections in Trinidad and Tobago. the EBC, and we have, except for that one distinctive and very ugly blemish of 1990 and the insurrection, the EBC has a fantastic record of conducting elections in this country since 1960. And when every time, and Mr. President, like clockwork, you know, as soon as elections are near, they start to attack the EBC. They're unfair. It's corruption in the EBC. The gerrymandering. It's PNM people inside of there. And you know, the population now has gotten, I mean, I've heard it from the herd of elephants, if I could call them that. I've heard it from them where they now have predicted that the member for Separia does that in anticipation of losing the election. And then after the loss of the election, you go to the court. And they've lost every single matter in the court. In fact, in San Fernando West, Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial was a part of that campaign. In San Fernando West, there were 3 electoral districts. The member for Separia said, corruption, the gerrymandering, you know they won the 3. Mr. President, I don't want to detain you any further, but I reject this motion if it relates to the political directorate. And I would ask that that part of government that falls to be known as the opposition reaffirm, cleans up its act, commit to the principles of democracy inside its party and in the national community. And I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lyder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I don't have very much time, but listening to the Honorable Minister of Tourism with the level which seems like a tertiary education on the United National Congress and all the workings of the United National Congress, and having joined the fate of who he spoke about in terms of Ramona Ramdial losing her seat, having lost her seat himself, Mr. President. With all that knowledge, I'm wondering, Mr. President, if he is indeed a closet United National Congress member. It's a closet, and Mr. President, and I want to say to him, let not the minister's heart be troubled. We know we may have closed off nominations. I suspect that if we come together as a caucus and speak to our political leader, we might convince her to open back nominations, and we are willing to put him right there in San Fernando East to fight for that seat for the United National Congress against his replacement, Mr. Vice President, and he would be able to preach the gospel of the UNC, Mr. President, because he is so obsessed with the UNC and so on, Mr. President. So we are willing to do that, and I am willing to go on record to say I'm prepared. I am prepared to pay the money for his lifetime membership for the United National Congress, so he could join the 4 of those that have lifetime membership also. So, Mr. President, he is my friend. I am prepared to help him. I will pay for his membership, and I will convince the political leader to reopen nominations. Listen, San Fernando East has missed him. They have missed him, and I think that is the bullet, the silver bullet we need. Right? They are unrepresented right now. It is clear that his replacement is nowhere to be seen. I see the Honorable Minister of Finance has joined us. I don't know if his replacement is with him.
Standing Order 46-4.
He's imputing improper with colleague who's a proud member of the people.
Senator Lyder, continue.
Mr. President, I only have a few minutes. I don't want to get into the meat of my conversation, but I couldn't help but notice the Honorable Minister of Finance walk into the room here. And I know that the minister in the Ministry of Finance, who has taken that seat in San Fernando East, right, who is absent, we now have a vacancy there. So we would like to encourage the Honorable Minister of Tourism to join us in the House of the Rising Sun. There is room for you there as well. I understand you want to take some from our side. We're willing to take you. Come on board. Come on board. Mr. President, with the very limited time, as I said, it's very difficult to get into the meat of this motion, right? But I want to thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion brought here by my colleague, Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial, and introducing such a pertinent and important motion, especially at this period in time in Trinidad's history when we see democracy crumble under the hands of this PNM government. Mr. President, Mr. President, it is also timely because we are staring down, and this government is staring down the barrel of an election. So they are going to come with all sorts of propaganda now to try to convince the population that for the past 8 or almost 9 years under their rule, that they have not trampled on, that they have not depleted, and that they have not disintegrated all the tenets of democracy in this country here today, Mr. President. And we see it over and over when we come to this Senate to debate various pieces of legislation. Mr. President, and it is quite unfortunate that we are forced to come here. I heard the Honorable Minister in the Office of the Attorney General say that this motion was brought a second time. Mr. President, if I had it my way, under this government, I would bring this motion every month on them, because every month they continue to deplete democracy in this country, Mr. President. I'll bring the motion every month, if that could happen. Mr. President, when we look at the separation of powers, it refers to the idea that major institutions of state should be functionally independent, and that no individual should have the powers to span any of these three offices. And of course, in our system, we have members of the executive who are elected members of the legislature. We've heard that earlier. Therefore, separation of powers is more a system of checks and balances than literal separation. And it's very similar to what we see in the United Kingdom, where the executive and the legislature are intertwined by the electoral process and operations regarding the creation of law and so. And therefore, in order to maintain respect for both arms of the state, and in particular, to avoid the executive from dominating the legislature, there have been several tools used, such as parliamentary questions and limitations, MP limitations in the United Kingdom and in the House of Commons. Mr. President, in New Zealand, there has been an effort to ensure that three arms of the state work hand in hand for the benefit of the society while maintaining equal footing amongst each other. And so what this basically means is that the judiciary cannot unilaterally alter the operations of the legislature. The legislature cannot dictate the day-to-day functions of the executive without cause, of course. And most importantly, the executive, and that's why we bring this motion here today, the executive cannot sideline or undermine the independence of the other two, particularly the legislature, Mr. President. Mr. President, these are incredibly valuable fundamentals in governance that are similar to what we must strive for in Trinidad and Tobago. The constitutionally enshrined institutions such as commissions have to exist in such a way that they can do the business of the people without the interference or without political interference while doing so. Mr. President, however, we have seen in the last 9 years in this government has made many overt attempts to diminish the state of institutions and evade the checks and balances of the legislature. And just as this motion says, Mr. President, the government's engagement with constitutionally enshrined institutions have indeed created unease and concern here, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I come back, I will speak about some other things with regard to the Police Service Commission. But I wanted to leave you with an article. I wanted to leave you with an article because we heard a lot about the Police Service Commission today. I will come back and speak about the almost unlawful suspension of an acting police commissioner. That was not spoken about. But Mr. President, I want to leave you, after all this conversation about the Police Service Commission and this government's trampling and interference with an independent body called the Police Service Commission. It's not the UNC that said this, you know. But let me tell you who said this. Martin Daly put it best in an Express article on October the 30th, 2021. They should be shocked. And I quote, "If you are not vigilant, the police service may become something resembling a state enterprise in respect of the comings and goings at the leadership level, at the whim of the political executive. Meanwhile, the controversial abortion of the merit list process will cost the country dearly. We face issues of instability and morale in the police service, as well as respect for the service. We also have a further diminution of trust in the institution across the board. Those who form the government, Mr. President, must ensure," this is from Martin Daly, not the UNC, "those who form the government must ensure that institutions are run in an efficient and effective manner, not just for us in here, but for the confidence of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President, who they represent, Mr. President." So when we see the interference with the merit lists and suspensions of a commissioner, acting commissioner of police, that is what Martin Daly is speaking about in that article. Mr. President, I look forward to continuing.
Mr. President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for two matters to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, the first matter deals with the need for the government to explain its decision to generate a new $100 note and the cost to the public. Now, Mr. President, you would be aware that sometime on April the 4th, a statement was issued by the central bank in which we were told as a nation that come December of 2024, a new $100 polymer note with new security features will be in circulation in Trinidad and Tobago. Now that came as a surprise to many citizens, having gone through in 2019 a demonetization process in which the cotton $100 note and all other associated notes, $1, $5, $10, $20, $50 notes, were demonetized. So we moved from the cotton to the polymer. And every government official, including the governor of the central bank, gave this country the assurance that this transition would bring about more security as it relates to counterfeiting activities in our country of those polymer notes. It cost this nation, according to the annual report of the Central Bank of 2020, $78.77 million to convert from the cotton to the polymer, whether it's the minting of coins or the transition to the new notes. I would like to ask the minister if the international company located in the United Kingdom has a local agent in Trinidad and Tobago. Is there a local agent that works with that company that prints and designs our currency or our notes? Mr. President, people are extremely worried as to what will take place with this new $100 note. Would we be going through the same process that we had to go through in 2019 within a short period when elderly people, pensioners, and others were asked to line up outside banks in order to dispose of their cotton dollars or cotton notes at the time? Many fainted, some died in the process because we were told the government was engaged in fighting financial crimes. But we never got a report from the government as to how successful this exercise was. How many criminals use the cotton note to launder? So how successful were we? Nobody told us. What we are being told today, Mr. President, is that come December 2024, there will be a new note, $100 note, with new security features. I don't know if it's the same old song that is being sung, because we were told we were not going to have counterfeiting. And is there counterfeiting? And I believe there is. But the governor is silent and the government is silent. Is the counterfeiting of the new polymer $100 note is driving the governor of the central bank, with the support of the government, to come with a new polymer 100 note come December of 2024. That is what the country would like to know. That is your new note. So we are asking the government, Mr. President, to share with this parliament, and through this parliament, the country, what is at stake here. So the question that is being raised as well, will this new $100 note that is supposed to be in circulation come December of 2024 exist side by side with this note that is now in existence? Let us know, because there's a value problem. There's an inflation problem. So let us know, Mr. President, what this is all about. Is the government seeking to increase the money supply because of the crisis of cash? that it is facing. Because the minister must tell us what is going on, because we are getting information that the two notes, $100 notes, the new one that come in December and the current one will exist side by side. That is what we are being told. So we want the minister to advise us. What will take place in December? Are we going to have side by side two notes in the system? And if that is so, is that going to result in an increase?
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Is it going to increase money supply? Is it going to bring about inflation? Is it going to bring about a reduction in the value of the dollar as a result of the increased supply of money in the system? These are issues that the population would like the government to clear on this matter. And most importantly, in closing, we need the Minister of Finance and the government to tell Trinidad and Tobago what will it cost the taxpayers to produce another $100 note that we spent, among other notes, $78 million on in 2019. So we have a new note coming on board. What is the cost of it? Let the government tell the country. Let the country know what is going to happen. And let us know if you are going to have two notes side by side, or is it another demonetization exercise? And what are the implications? So, Mr. President, this is an educational exercise that the people would like the government to share in terms of knowledge on what is to come in December of 2024. And that is why I have raised it so that the Minister of Finance can clear the air on this new $100 note and its implication for inflation, for money supply, for the value of our currency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. President, I could spend 10 minutes speaking about Senator Mark's predilection for fantasy, misinformation, untruth, hyperbole, histrionics, and downright mischief, political mischief, that is. But I would not waste the Senate's time with that, because he's well known to all. The motion, the matter before the Senate is ill-conceived, something which I am sure Senator Mark is very well aware of, because it speaks to the need for the government to explain its decision to generate a new $100 note. Nonsense. I am sure that Senator Mark is familiar with the Central Bank Act, and in particular, thank you, Section 25, which makes it clear that it is not the government that generates new banknotes, but it is the central bank. And 25 says the bank shall arrange for the printing of notes, for the issue, reissue, and exchange of notes, and the safe custody of the unused stocks of currency. The only responsibility of the Minister of Finance is to approve the design of banknotes. But the printing of banknotes, the decision as to when they should be printed, why they should be printed, how they should be printed, and by whom is entirely that of the central bank. And I'm sure Senator Mark knows that. Now, polymer banknotes offer several benefits when compared to cotton notes, including the capacity to incorporate enhanced security features, such as transparent windows, durability. The lifespan of a cotton note can be as much as 4 times longer. Sorry, the lifespan of a polymer note can be as much as 4 times longer than a cotton note. Cost effectiveness, polymer. On balance, the longer durability of polymer results in cost savings as notes need to be replaced less frequently, and easier tactile recognition. Raised dots work better on polymer and help the visually impaired to distinguish between different denominations of banknotes. But what the irony of this ill-conceived matter is that in 2015, the previous governor of the central bank, appointed under the UNC, wrote to my predecessor, the UNC Minister of Finance, and said the following. It is instructive, and he was speaking about new polymer $50 banknotes. It is instructive that the new polymer $50 note has 17 state-of-the-art security features, making it extremely difficult to counterfeit. Now, this is not me talking, it's UNC talking. Polymer is internationally accepted as being the safest technology currently available for currency production. The experience of the Bank of Canada is illustrative of the difficulty of counterfeiting polymer notes. Canada went from recording close to 30,000 counterfeit cotton notes prior to the issue of polymer to fewer than 400 counterfeit polymer notes in the first year of issue. The Bank of England is currently switching over its banknotes from paper to polymer, again in recognition of the exceptional qualities of polymer in combating currency counterfeiting. And polymer is the most durable banknote substrate. That is UNC talking to UNC in 2015. So that deals with this foolishness about whether these polymer banknotes are easier to counterfeit than the old cotton notes. Now, the UNC introduced a $50 polymer banknote in 2014, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. That was the beginning of the central bank's strategy to transition from cotton-based banknotes to polymer, aimed at enhancing security, durability, and cost effectiveness. With respect to the suite of polymer banknotes that we have now, I go back to the 2015 letter written by the governor appointed under the UNC to the then UNC Minister of Finance, Senator Owai. And the UNC appointed governor told the UNC Minister of Finance the following. The central bank is expected to realize substantial savings of nearly $40 million from issuing only polymer notes over the typical 7-year life cycle of these notes, compared with issuing only cotton notes in the same period. This net saving of more than 25% of production costs arises because the bank will have to issue polymer denominations only once in a 7-year period, compared with 4 issues of traditional cotton bank notes. And the UNC-appointed governor went on to explain to the UNC-appointed Minister of Finance all of the savings that would accrue from the switch to polymer. The current price of the new series of $100 banknotes, which is being ordered by a responsible central bank, because these polymer notes have a life cycle. And the bank has to keep measuring the number of notes in circulation. And merchants have in fact found the polymer notes more attractive and easier to handle and easier to store for safekeeping. So the bank has found itself from time to time having to print additional polymer banknotes to make sure there are sufficient banknotes in circulation. I'll give you some numbers. Over the period 2019 to 2023, the total currency in circulation in Trinidad and Tobago in the form of notes, this is according to Central Bank, amounted to 7.9 billion in September 2020. It rose to 8.9 billion in September 2021, and then level off at 8.6 billion in 22 and 23, respectively. So there was essentially a $700 million increase in the need to print banknotes.
Minister, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, I'll finish in 2 minutes. The only difference between the new series of $100 polymer banknotes is a gold strip over the bird of paradise. Other than that, the notes are almost identical. And what the bank has done, because it was necessary to print additional $100 polymer banknotes, the other notes are not in such great demand. The note that is in most demand is the $100 polymer banknote. And what the bank did, it took advantage of advances in anti-counterfeiting measures and new security features, so that the new polymer note will have an additional gold band on it, which is intended to avoid and prevent counterfeiting. Just to end up with what happened during the demonetization, it is a matter of public knowledge, this has been reported inside and outside of this parliament, that after the demonetization, there was $500 million of cotton notes that went missing, obviously buried under somebody's house or in a cupboard somewhere. $500 million in $100 notes, cotton notes, they couldn't bring them back. You know why? Because they couldn't account for how they got them. Obviously, this $500 million in cotton banknotes, which troubles the UNC so much, could not be redeemed, because when they came to redeem them, they couldn't explain where they got them. So the central bank's assets actually increased by $500 million just because of the demonetization, because the central bank's net assets are its assets and its liabilities, and the banknotes in circulation are its liabilities. So the demonetization caused the central bank's assets to increase by $500 million. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President. Mr. President, the second matter I would like to bring to the attention of this Honorable Senate is the need for the government to provide the cost of using the MV White Marlin to conduct the dry docking works of 3 ferries or fast ferry vessels, and the payment made to a local agent on behalf of the vessel's owners. Now, Mr. President, we have a situation in which the Minister of Works and Transport, on behalf of the government, indicated sometime in January that they were bringing, that is the government, was bringing in what is called a floating barge in order to dry dock 3 of our vessels in the waters, I would believe, of Trinidad and Tobago. The 3 vessels in question would have been the Boko Reef, the APT James, and the TT Spirit. Now, the minister, I understand, is on record as telling a TV6 reporter or CNC3 reporter that the vessel would only be here for 1 month. And that was sometime in January when that statement was made. So the vessel was supposed to be here for 1 month. What happened is now history. The vessel remained here for almost 3 months and would have completed its works of dry docking the 3 vessels sometime in April or thereabouts, costing the taxpayers some $2.5 million every month that that vessel remained in Trinidad and Tobago waters. That did not take into account the actual repairs done to the vessels, the fast ferries, by the MV White Marlin. So the question that is being asked, with babies dying at the hospital, lack of sterilization and proper sanitization, other challenges faced by the population, and the government tells us that a process that is supposed to take 1 month end up taking 3 months at $2.5 million per month. So we are talking about over 35 million TT dollars going to this MV White Marlin. I want to ask the minister, apart from those costs, let the minister explain to this parliament why it took 3 months, or approximately 3 months, to do work that the minister told the country would take 1 month. We need an explanation from the minister. We also need from the minister, what did it cost the taxpayers to repair the 3 vessels, to dry dock the 3 vessels, APT James, Buko Reef, and the MT Anti-Spirit. And at the same time, Mr. Minister, through you, Mr. President, the MV White Marlin apparently has a local agent in Trinidad and Tobago. So we want the minister to tell us the name of the local agent in Trinidad and Tobago and how much money that local agent collected. So we want information from the minister on this matter. Mr. President, we were told by the Prime Minister, well, first of all, before we deal with that, in this, they took an exchange, there was an exchange between CLICO, CL Financial, and the government as they sought to deal with outstanding monies owed to the government. One of the things that was done, Mr. President, is that carry dock was exchanged by the government for monies owed to it by CLICO. And we were told by the Prime Minister that this exchange would save the taxpayers tens of millions of dollars because we now have a dry docking facility that can repair our boats right there at Sagramsingh. So what has happened is that we have purchased, through an exchange arrangement, carry dock. And instead of putting our boats, like the fast ferries, onto that dock for dry docking purposes, what we have instead, Mr. President, is the government bringing in a floating barge to repair the very ferries that we were told would have been repaired at the Carry dock. And instead of staying for 1 month, they stayed for 3 months. And that's only monies given to the MV White Marlin, not associated with the repairs of the fast ferries. So we're asking the minister to give us some answers to this issue. Why did it cost us all this money, Mr. President? Why did we move from 1 month to 3 months? Who are the agents?
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
Yes, thank you. Who are the agents involved in this matter? So, Mr. President, I call on the government to clear the air on these matters so that the people of this country will know what is taking place. The Minister of Works and Transport is responsible for the inter-island service. Let him explain to us what are the facts, what are the costs involved in this matter, and who are the agents, the local agents, and how much money were they paid? Because we were here for 1 month, and it went to 3 months. So from 2.5 million to almost $7 to $8 million or thereabouts. That is a lot of money that we can't afford at this time. So the reason why I've brought this matter is to get answers, to seek clarification from the government through the Minister of Works and Transport, so we would be in a better position to understand, Mr. President, how the taxpayers' dollars are jumping up and where it is jumping up, in what band or in what floating dry dock vessel and the agents associated with that vessel. So that is all we are seeking, clarification from the Honorable Minister on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. President.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me say how happy I am to have to come to answer this question to the Honorable Senator Mark on the motion, the need for the government to provide the cost of using the MV White Marlin to conduct the dry docking work of 3 fast ferry vessels and the payment made to local agent on behalf of the vessel owners. Mr. President, I know today being a very religious day for Hindus and the amount of, as we say in the Hindu terminology, mukdar that Senator Mark got from the Honorable Senator, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General. I don't want to add to too much of that fire today, but I think it is important that, based on the question that was asked, that the correct information is put in the public domain and not left to Senator Mark to again misrepresent what is actual facts. Senator Mark, the motion is quite correct. The government did bring in not a floating barge, but it is called a heavy lift vessel. It's a heavy lift vessel. It's a specialized vessel that is in high demand around the world because it is used for oil rigs and for moving heavy vessels, raising heavy vessels into and out of the water. The reason why you have to dry dock vessels, there's a reason for that. If you want your vessels to be certified in class, to be able to operate, to be able to get flag state approvals, to be able to have insurance, and to be able to be seaworthy and safe, you have to dry dock your vessels at intervals. I want to congratulate the Port of Port of Spain and DIDCO at this time. For the very first time in the history of Trinidad and Tobago, we have 5 working vessels. And we have no problem, whether it be cargo or passengers on the sea bridge, on the inter-island ferries. And I want to compliment them for that, because the history of dry docking vessels in Trinidad have not had too much of a good pass. And I'll tell you why. Between 2013 and 2015, our vessels were not dry docked. And me coming into office in 2016 found 2 vessels that were limping. And I can tell you that was my baptism into politics, trying to explain to the population that the ferry service was about to crash because our vessels were not dry docked at the appropriate time. That came to pass. That came to pass because the company that was responsible for the management of the ferries at the time was given notice by the UNC government of terminating their contract, because that was a Patrick Manning arrangement when we bought the vessels, so we no longer needed them. And we want to get rid of them. And those vessels virtually ground to a halt. Today, we can boast of having 2 of the most modern fast ferries operating between Trinidad and Tobago, being dry docked at the correct time, being managed in the right way. And just for the Easter alone, we were able to move over 24,000 people backward and forward on a 1 week, between Trinidad and Tobago, on a 1 week period for the Easter weekend. No problems, no cancellation. Mr. President, I want to answer the motion. The vessel came in through a process because it is the government and who implemented the procurement legislation. This vessel was brought in under the procurement legislation, where we have a PDAP committee at the port who handled the contract and the procurement of this vessel. So if the senator has a problem with procurement or whatever it is, that's what we have the procurement regulator for. The minister don't get into that. What I can say is the contract was a 30-day contract with an additional charge per day. So it was always envisaged that when you dry dock vessels, you only understand the problem when they go on dry dock. And a lot of times for whoever is in the boating business, you prepare for something. When you go on dry dock, you realize there are other issues. And that is why you have a fixed period and additional days. The vessel did not stay for 3 months. My information is I stayed for 53 days. So you have the daily charge after the 1 month. The total cost of the dry docking was $5 million and $5.3 million around the US total. Now, we must understand something. Carry dock is a facility. What you need is a hydraulic lifting system. It is public knowledge that in 2023, the dry dock, the hydraulic facility at Carry Dock sank. So there's no lifting facility for vessels of this size. You can't just take the vessel out of the water and rest it on the land. There's no dry docking facility there. So the option was to take the 3 vessels, all of which would have ended up out of class by April of this year. So the option was to send each of them abroad. The cost of the Spirit alone, we could not get a space because docks are not available just like that. You have to book space, and because of the size of our vessels, in most cases, they will give you a time that is suited for them because it's in high demand. The Spirit alone costs, they got a berth in a spot in Brazil, was going to cost in excess of 16 million TT because you had to tow the Spirit between 2 and 4 or 6 knots all the way up to Brazil. Okay? So the average cost for the Spirit, the estimated cost was in excess of $16 million. The average cost was worked out. At the completion of it, it cost us on average $11 million per vessel. what happened? No, we'll come to that after. I know you brought a motion that you're sorry about now, but let me help you. Let me help you with it. So at the end of the day, we were able, without taking the vessels out of operation for any length of time, because on average it was going to take 35 days to take the spirit up, and we'd have had to find slots for the other vessels, take them out, send them abroad, then bring them back. Carnival would have been interrupted, Easter would have been interrupted, and Senator Mark and his team would have been on the newspaper, how we damaged the Tobago economy. Nothing like that happened. Yeah, we were able to bring in a vessel seamlessly, dried up our vessels, and send them out to work.
Minister, right? You have 2 more minutes.
Yeah. In terms of the agent, again, Senator Mark, let me educate you a little bit on this. All vessels coming into Trinidad operates with agents, even the cruise ships, because there are certain documents that have to be lodged in customs and so. So if a process has taken place through the procurement laws, and there's an agent, and the port has to pay the agent because this agent is acting for this company, I don't think it is fair for me as minister to say yes or no and breach any sort of a process in terms of the tender, any process that has to follow. What I can tell you is that going back to 2013, I can give you the name of the agent, that's public knowledge. All documents now are public knowledge. Exactly. All the name of the agent, we would not know how much money. That's a private arrangement between the agent and the shipping company, right? So the name of the agent, okay, let me just get that for you before my time runs out, because I don't want to let the senator feel that he has anything on this motion. It's Shipping Solution Services Limited. And this company, this agent, have been working for this company, which is one of the largest heavy lifting companies in the world. And you can go and find out that have been working even for your government in this country since 2013. So there is nothing sinister about this, and I want to compliment the port and NITCO for a fantastic job in putting all our ferries in class certification. I thank you.
You did well, very well.
That's for the public consumption. Public needs it. The president is on his next speech.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.